Om Namo Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna, everybody. Let me just, yeah, good. So, thank you very much. Today is a very auspicious day. We celebrated Gita Jayanti on Tuesday with the English reading of the Bhagavad-Gita. And today we want to do the same recitation of the Bhagavad-Gita, but we want to do it in Sanskrit. And it's wonderful to see so many devotees already present. I'd like to thank you all for coming on time. And we're just going to put the list on the chat. Jayanti just put the list on the chat. So all 18 chapters, we have different devotees who are going to recite them so that we are all clear who's reciting what. And if anybody wants to recite and is not on the list, please let us know. We will try to accommodate everybody because this is such a wonderful opportunity to repeat Lord Krishna's words are a real blessing. So especially if we can do it in Sanskrit. So we'd like to begin chapter 1 with Jijay. And Jijay is Karuna Bandha's daughter living...
Dhananjani.
Dhananjani. Wow. Also known as GJ. I like GJ. And she lives in Singapore? Malaysia. So thank you very much. Welcome. I don't think we've had anybody come from Malaysia on our Zoom session. So you're the first from Malaysia. So please. Oh yes, want to seek the blessings of Sri Krishna, of Arjun, of all the Guru Parampara, Srila Prabhupada, Guru Maharaj, of all assembled Vaishnavas, so that we can please the Lord by this recitation. That's the whole idea of what we're trying to do, to please the Lord. So you may begin. If you know the invocation, you're welcome to do the invocation to the chapter as well.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Atha Pratamodhyaya. Dhritarashtra Vacha Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveda Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya. Sanjaya Vacha Trishvatu Pandavanikam Yudham Duryodhanastada Acharyam Upasandhyamya Raja Vachanam Abraved. Pashyaitam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Vyudham Drupada Putrena Tava Shishena Dhimata. Atra Shura Maheshvasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yuyudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha. Drishtaketuscha Kitana Kashirajascha Viriyavan Purujit Kuntibhojascha Shebhyascha Narapungava. Yudhamanyuscha Vikranta Uttamojascha Virivan Sobhadra Dropadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha. Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodha Dvijotama Nayaka Mama Sinyasya Samnyartham Tan Pravimite. Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitim Jaya Asvathama Vikarnascha Somadatischa Thevacha.
A request for you to just raise your voice a little bit.
Anyecha Bhava Shura Madarte Tyakta जीविता नानाशास्त्रप्रहराणाः सर्वे युधा विशारदा अपर्याप्तं तद् अस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितां पर्याप्तं त्विदम् एतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षिताम् अयानेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागम् अवस्थिता भीष्माम् एवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जयनं हर्षं कुरु वृद्धा पितामहः सिंहानादं विनाद्योच्चै शङ्खं दाधुमो प्रतापवान् तथा शङ्खश्च भैर्यश्च पनावानकगोमुखा सहसैवाभ्यहन्यन्ता सशब्दस्तु मूलोऽभवत् तथा श्वेतैर्हयैर्युक्ते महातिस्यन्दने स्थितो माधव पाण्डवश्चैव दिव्यो शङ्खो प्रदद्मतु पाञ्चजन्यं हृषीकेशो देवा दत्तं धनञ्जय पौन्द्रं दद्मो महाशङ्खं भीमाकर्मा वृकोदरा आनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरा नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुभूषो मणिपुष्पको कश्यश्च परमेश्वरः शिखण्डी च महारथा धृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकीश्च च पारजित द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयश्च सर्वसपृथ्वीपाते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहु शङ्खं दध्मुः पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो धार्तराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि वदारयत् नभश्च पृथ्वीरं चैव तुमुलोऽभ्ययुन्नादयन् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धर्तराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजा प्रवते शास्त्रसम्पते धानुरुद्यमा पाण्डवा ऋषिकेशं तथा वक्ष्यम् इदम् अहमहिंपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनायोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापनमेच्युतम् ययद् नृसिंहं युद्धुकामन् अवस्थितन् कैर्मया सह युद्धाव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानम् अवेक्षेऽहं या एतेऽत्र समागता धार्तराष्ट्राश्च दुर्बुद्धेर्युद्धे प्रिया क्षिरीश्वरा सञ्जय उवाच एवम् उक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुद्धकेशेन भारत सेनायोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थातपायित्वा रथोत्तरम् भीष्मद्रोण प्रमुक्ताता सर्ववेषं च माहिकृष्टम् उवाच पार्थ पार्श्वैतान् समावेतान् कुरुन्निति तत्रापश्य स्थितान् पार्था पितॄन् अथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखींस्तथा श्वशुरान् सुहृदाश्चैव सेनायोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेय सर्वान् बन्धून् अवस्थितान् कृपया पारयाविष्टो विषीदान् इदमब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वे मां स्वजनं कृष्ण युत्सुं समुपास्थितां सिद्धन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपाथुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गाण्डीवं श्रंसते हस्तत्वक्चैव परिदाह्यते न च साख्योऽमि अवस्थातुं भ्रमतीव च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पास्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयोनुपश्यामि हध्वसंजयम् आहवे न कंसे विजयं कृष्णा न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राजेन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषाम् अर्थे कंसित नो राज्यं भोगसुखानि च ता इमे वास्तित युद्धे प्राणां त्वीव दानञ्च आचार्य पितर पुत्रस्तथैव च पितामहः मातुला स्वशूरा पौत्रा श्याला सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् हन्तुम् इच्छामि ज्ञानोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यश्च हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्राणां का प्रीतिः स जनार्दन पापम् एव सरेद् अस्मान् हद्वैतान् अतद्दीयिना तस्मात् नर्हा वयं हन्तुं धातराष्ट्रान् सबाधवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याम माधव यदि अपि इति न पश्यन्ति लोभोपहतः चेतस कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पाटकम् कथं न ज्ञेयम् अस्माभिः पापाद् अस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातन धर्मिनाष्टे कुलं कृष्णम् अधर्मोऽभिभवति उत अधर्माभिभवत् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलश्रिया स्त्रीषु दृष्टवर्णेय जायते वर्णशङ्करा शङ्करो नरकायैव कुलज्ञानुकुलस्य च पन्ताति पितरो ह्येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रिय दोषैरेते कुलज्ञानां वर्णशङ्करकारकैः उत्साद्यन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्माश्च शश्वता उत्सन्नः कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नारके नियतं वासो भवतीति अनुशुश्रुमा अहो बत महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद्राज्यसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनम् उद्यता यदि माम् अप्रातिकारम् अशास्त्रं शास्त्रपाण्यरं धार्तराष्ट्राणि हन्युस्तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वार्जुना सङ्ख्ये राथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य सा शरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसा
Jai, Bhagavad-Gita, chapter 1 ki Jai. Hare Krishna. So after each chapter, we thought we'd do a very short summary in English of the content of that chapter. Karuna, you okay to do that?
Chitta will be doing, Prabhu.
Oh yeah, great, great. You got it. Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Chitra.
So, chapter 1 of the Bhagavad Gita is Sanjaya and Dhritarashtra talking. And Sanjay is telling Dhritarashtra about what he can see on the battlefield, where the two armies of the Pandav and the Kaurav are facing each other. There are many signs that indicate that the Pandav will win, and the Dhritarashtra is doubting of his son's victory. So he implores Sanjay to describe the battlefield. Arjun on the battlefield is going through a crisis. He does not want to fight because he can see his family members and teachers in front of him. And so he submits to Krishna and tells him about his feelings. That's it for chapter 1.
Okay, yeah, and he gives many reasons, isn't he, why he should not fight. I think 6
Yes.
in total. And it's a little bit akin to how we also give excuses about not to do service to the Lord. It often happens. So we don't have time now, but those 6 excuses also correspond with our excuses as well. So it's a really interesting understanding that we should try to do as much service and much seva as we can while we can do it. Very important. So chapter 2 is going to be recited by our favorite Shruti. And I presume you're here, Shruti? Yes, great. Been missing you. She's all the way in Bharat. And are you there? We can't hear you actually.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Very good. How are you keeping?
I'm very well, Prabhuji. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hare Krishna to all the devotees.
Hare Krishna. Looking forward
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Mataji, Sotiji, everyone.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
Prabhuji, just I'll take just a moment. I'll bring in my earphones. I'm not able to hear you through the laptop very well.
That's fine. You can do that.
I'll just take a moment.
No, that's absolutely fine. So chapter
Thank
2,
you, Prabhuji.
chapter 2 is content of this Gita summarized. And this is where, I know this Chitra will summarize anyway, but I just wanted to get my 2-penny bit in. The very first instruction that Krishna gives to Arjun, most devotees don't know it. And I wonder actually, who knows here, what is the very, very first instruction Krishna gives to Arjun? Anybody like to unmute and say it? The very first thing he says to him. And it's a series of about 10 or 12 verses, maybe more. What are the first instructions? Anybody like to venture a guess?
How have these impurities come upon you?
Yeah, that's what he tells
Just
him.
wants to know.
Yeah. He tells him that. That's true. Nutanji, thank you. Very good. You got a good memory. But what is the first instruction he gives him? That's him telling him off. How come you become so pure? Impure? Ah, Rian, you're the boy.
Well done.
We are Atma. We are not this sharir, body. So first instruction, very, very important. And he describes that in many verses. Okay, yes, great. So, can you hear us now? Oh, you are muted, are you? No, you're not muted, but we can't hear you. We still can't hear you. And now I think you are muted. Oh, yeah, let me just pause this for a minute.
I hope that's better, Prabhuji.
Yes, very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Okay. May I begin, Prabhuji?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. अथ द्वितीयोऽध्यायः संजय उवाच तं तथा कृपयाविष्टम् अश्रुपूर्णाकुलेक्षणम् विषीदन्तम् इदं वाक्यम् उवाच मधुसूदनः श्रीभगवान् उवाच कुतस्त्वाकश्मलम् इदं विषमे समुपस्थितम् अनार्यजुष्टम् अस्वर्ग्यम् कीर्तिकरम् अर्जुन अकीर्तिकरम् अर्जुन क्लैब्यं मास्मगमः पार्थ नैतत् त्वय्युपपद्यते क्षुद्रं हृदय दौर्बल्यं त्यक्तोत्तिष्ठ परन्तप अर्जुन उवाच कथं भीष्ममहं संख्ये द्रोणं च मधुसूदन इषुभिः प्रतियोत्स्यामि पूजार्हा परिसूदन गुरून् अहत्वा हि महानुभावान् श्रेयो भोक्तुं भैक्ष्यमपीह लोके हत्वार्थकामांस्तु गुरून् इहैव भुज्जीय भोगान् रुधिरप्रदिग्धान् न चैतद्विद्मः कतरन्नो गरीयो यद्वा जयेम यदि वा नो जयेयुः यान् एव हत्वा न जिजीविषामः तेव स्थिताः प्रमुखे धार्तराष्ट्राः कार्पण्यदोषोपहतः स्वभावः पृच्छामि त्वां धर्मसम्मूढचेताः यच्छ्रेयस्यान्निश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं शाधि मां त्वां प्रपन्नं न हि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्याद् यच्छोकम् उच्छोषणम् इन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमाम् असपत्नं रुद्धम् राज्यं सुराणाम् अपि चाधिपत्यम् संजय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वा हृषीकेशं गुडाकेशः परन्तपः न योत्स्य इति गोविन्दाम् उक्त्वा तूष्णीं बभूवः तमुवाच हृषीकेशः प्रहसन्निव भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषीदन्तम् इदं वचः श्रीभगवान् उवाच अशोच्यनन्वशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादांश्च भाषसे गतासून गतासूंश्च नानुशोचन्ति पण्डिताः
न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपाः न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमतः परम् देहिनो अस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमार्यं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्तिरधीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति मात्रा स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णसुखदुःखदाः आगमापायिनो नित्यास्तां स्थितिक्षस्व भारत यं हि न व्यथयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभ समदुःखसुखं धीरं सोऽमृतत्वाय कल्पते नासतो विद्यते भावो नाभावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टोऽन्तस्त्वनयोस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वमिदं ततं विनाशमव्ययस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुम् अर्हति अन्तवन्त इमे देहा नित्यस्योक्ता शरीरिणः अनाशिनो अप्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युध्यस्व भारत य एनं वेत्ति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन्नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यशाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदा विनाशिनं नित्यं य एनमजम् अव्ययम् कथं स पुरुषः पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णान् अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः अच्छेद्योऽयम् अदाह्योऽयम् अक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वगतस्थाणुः अचलोऽयं सनातनः अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयम् उच्यते तस्माद् एवं विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुम् अर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुम् अर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्माद् अपरिहार्येऽर्थे न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तनिधनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवद् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनम् अन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यम् अवध्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितुम् अर्हसि धर्म्याद्धि युद्धात् श्रेयोऽन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रियाः पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अथ चेत् त्वम् इमं धर्म्यं संग्रामं न करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापम् अवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते व्ययाम् सम्भावितस्य चाकीर्तिर्मरणाद् अतिरिच्यते भयाद्रणादुपरतम् मंस्यन्ते त्वां महारथाः येषां च तत्त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् अवाच्यवादांश्च बहून् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिताः निन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखतरं नु किम् हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गम् जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महीम् तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चयः सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभौ जयाजयौ ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापम् अवाप्स्यसि एषा ते विहिता सांख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहास्यसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात् व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखा ह्यनन्तश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनां यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त्यविपश्चितः वेदवादरताः पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वादिनः कामात्मानः स्वर्गपरा जन्मकर्म फलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तयापहृतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समाधौ न विधीयते त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावान् अर्थ उदपाने सर्वतः सम्प्लुतोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानतः कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भूर्मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्थः कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यः सिद्ध्यो समो भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते दूरेण ह्यवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणम् अन्विच्छ कृपणा फलहेतवः बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद् योगाय युज्यस्व योगः कर्मसु कौशलम् कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः
जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ताः पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयम् यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समाधावचला बुद्धिस्तदा योगम् अवाप्स्यसि। अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्थस्य केशव स्थितधीः किं प्रभाषेत किमासीत व्रजेत किम्। श्रीभगवान् उवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मन्येवात्मना तुष्टः स्थितप्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्वनुद्विग्नमनाः सुखेषु विगतस्पृहः वीतरागभयक्रोधः स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रानभिस्नेहः तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कूर्मोऽङ्गानीव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततो ह्यापि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसभं मनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत मत्परः वशे हि यस्येन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसः सङ्गस्तेषुपजायते संगात् संजायते कामात् क्रोधोऽभिजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषविमुक्तैस्तु विषयान् इन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मवश्यैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो ह्याशु बुद्धिः पर्यवतिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयतः शान्तिरशान्तस्य कृतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावम् इवाम्भसि तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जाग्रति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनेः आपूर्यमाणम् अचलप्रतिष्ठम् समुद्रमापः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्य सर्वान् पुमांश्चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिम् अधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यम् अन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्म निर्वाणं मृच्छति ॐ इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे सांख्ययोगो नाम द्वितीयोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Read very, very beautifully as always. Just like DJ.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank
Hare
you very,
Krishna.
very much. It was very good. And yeah, we'll be missing you. Hopefully you'll be back soon.
Yes,
With
Prabhuji.
Very good.
I missed being with you all as well. And this time Krishna is here witnessing in person.
Yes.
At home.
We can see, oh yeah, we can see. Let's have a look again. Oops, sorry. Muted her. Oh yeah, magnificent. He's overlooking. Very good. Very nice. Oh, you're muted. Sorry. I muted you.
I can move away from the frame for a bit so you
Yes,
can
yes,
see
yes.
him.
Go for it. Wow, magnificent. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Beautiful darshan. Thank you so much, Shruti. Very, very nice. All right. Very
Thank you,
good.
Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Thank you, devotees.
So, Chitra, yes, over to you.
Hare Krishna. So in chapter 2, after Arjun has told Krishna that he does not wish to fight and given his reasons, Krishna chastises him and reminds him that his duty as a Kshatriya is to fight and orders him to overcome his weakness. Arjun does not wish to kill his relatives, but he also does not wish to go against Krishna's words that he should accomplish his duty as a Kshatriya. Therefore, aggrieved and confused, Arjun asks Krishna for guidance. Thus, Krishna takes up the role of Arjun's guru and starts to teach him about the soul, which is eternal and cannot be killed, and therefore killing his opponent on the battlefield will only promote them to heavenly planets. So Arjun should not feel sad, but should rejoice that the people that he will kill on this battlefield will be able to achieve superior births. Krishna teaches Arjun that the soul is eternal, only the body perishes, and therefore there is no reason to be sad. Krishna also explains to Arjun that his desire to not fight is based on him wanting to enjoy life with his relatives, which will come at the cost of wisdom and his duty. And that such a mentality will keep Arjun bound to the material world. Krishna therefore finally advises Arjun to engage in yoga and work without attachment to the results. By fighting in this way, Arjun will be able to free himself from the cycle of birth and death and become able to attain liberation. And that's it for chapter 2. Hare Krishna.
Very nice. Did you mention that he also asks, because Krishna talks a lot about the person who's fully conscious of the Lord. So Arjuna asks him, how does he walk? How does he talk? What is he like? The person who knows you in full consciousness. And then Krishna gives the longest answer in the Bhagavad-Gita, 18 verses. He describes the self-realized soul. So it's very powerful verses. And one of those verses, which is one that our Guru Maharaj used to love, says that even the great souls, they have desires that come within their mind, but they're like the ocean. When the river hits the ocean still remains the same, steady. So when the desires hit the self-realized soul, he remains steady. He's not affected to fulfill those material desires. Very powerful chapter. It's the summary of the whole Bhagavad-Gita. Thank you so much, Chitra and Shruti, for reciting the Bhagavad-Gita so beautifully. It's so amazing to hear you, as always.
It's a blessing as always, Prabhuji.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you. You need to come back soon because we're missing your classes, you know. So, okay, Riansh, would you like to unmute?
Yes, Prabhuji.
So this young boy, he's going to recite the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Over to you, Riansh.
Okay, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Arjuna Uvacha. Jayasi Chet Karmanaste Mata Buddhe Janardana. Tat Kim Karmani Gorek Mam Niyojayasi Keshava. Vyami Srineva Vakena Buddhim Mohayasi Vame Tadekam Vada Nishchitya Yena Shreyoham Apnuyam. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Lokesmin Vividas Nishta Pura Prokta Maya Nagaha Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam Na karmanam anaramban naishkarmyam purushosnute na cha sannyasana deva siddhim samadhi gacchati na hi kaschit kshanamapi yatutishtarya karmakrit karyate hi avashah karma sarva prakriti jed gunai Karmendriyani samyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mityachara sauchyate yastva indriyani manasa niyam yarabhate arjuna karmendriyai karmayogam asakta sa vishishyate Niyatam kuru karma tvam karma jayo hi karmana sharira yatra pichate na prasidhyera karmana yajnatat karmano nyantra lokoyam karma bandhana tadatam karma kaunteya mukta sangha samachara Sahayagna praja shuštva puruvacha prajapati anena prasivishvatvam yesha vostva ishtakamaduk devan bhavayataneva tanena te deva Vavayanutvaha parasparam bhavayanta shreyaparam avapyastaha ishtan bhogan hi vodeva dasyante yagna bhavita tirdattan apradayebhyo yobhungte stena eva saha Yajna Shistashina Santo Muchyante Sarva Kilbishai Bunjante Te Tvagam Papa Ye Pachanchatma Karana
अन्नाद् भवति भूतानि पर्जन्यान्न संभवः यज्ञात् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवः कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षर समुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति यः अगाह्योरिन्द्रियारामो मोहं पार्थ स जीवति यस्त्वात्मरतिरेव स्यात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानव आत्मनि एव च सन्तुष्टस्तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते नैव तस्या कृतेनार्थो न कृतेनेह कश्चन न च स्या सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थः व्यपश्रयः तस्मादसक्तः सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो हि आचरन् कर्म परम् आप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादया लोकसङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्पश्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यद् आचरति श्रेष्ठस्तत्तदेवेतरो जना स यत् प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते न मे पार्थस्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानावाप्तम् अवाप्यत्वं वर्तयेव च कर्मणि यदि हि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्माणि अतन्द्रिताः वर्तमानो अनुवर्तन्ते मनुष्यपाद सर्वशः उच्छेदयोरिमे लोका न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य च कर्ता स्याम् उपाहान्यं विमा प्रजाः सक्तकर्मणि अविद्वंसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद्विद्वं तथा शक्तश्चक्षुर्लोकसंग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदं जानायत् अज्ञानां कर्मसङ्गिनां योऽसयत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्ता समाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशः अहंकार विमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणाः गुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृतेर्गुणसम्मूढाः सजन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् अकृत्स्नविदो मारान् कृत्स्नविन्व विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्यात्मचेतसा निराशे निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगतज्वरा ये मे मतं चिरं नित्यम् अनुष्ठितन्ति मानवः श्रद्धवान्तो न शूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तीपि कर्मभिः ये त्वयेतरभ्यसूयन्तो न नोत्तिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानविमूढं तान् विद्धि नष्टान् चेतसः सदृशं चेष्टते स्वस्यः प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषौ व्यसटियौ तयोर्वशम् अगच्छेत्तौ हि यस्य परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणा परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मान् निदानं श्रेया परधर्मो भयावः अर्जुन उवाच अतः केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छानपि वर्ष्णेया बलात् इव नियोजिता श्रीभगवानुवाच कामयेषा क्रोधयेषा रजोगुणसमुद्भवा महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्येनमिह वैरिणम् धूमेन व्रियते वह्ने यथादर्शो मलेन च यतोऽल्बेनावृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमवृतम् अवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दस्फुरेण मलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्य दृश्यातनम् उच्यते एतैर्विमोहयति एषा ज्ञानमवृत्य देहिनम् तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाणि अदौ नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्मानं प्रजहीह्येनं ज्ञानविज्ञान अनाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि परन्यहोर् इन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनसस्तु पराद बुद्धिर् यो बुद्धेः परतस्तु सः एवं बुद्धे परं बुद्ध्वा संस्थाप्यात्मानमात्मना जहि शत्रं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुराशरम् हरे कृष्ण प्रभुजी
Extraordinary. That was amazing. How old are you, Rianch? Tell me again.
8 years old, Prabhuji.
8. My goodness. Extraordinary. That was amazing. Really good recitation. Thank you very, very much, young lad. Okay, Chitra, chapter number 3.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So in chapter number 3, Krishna and Arjun are still conversing. Arjun still thinks that Buddhi Yoga means that one should retire from life and practice penance and austerities. However, Krishna says that he should fight, but he has to do so in a spirit of renunciation and offer all the results to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna says that by working without attachment, one can achieve the Supreme. By performing sacrifices for the pleasure of the Lord, material prosperity and freedom from sinful reactions can be guaranteed. Even a self-realized person never gives up on his duty. He acts for the sake of educating others. Arjun then further asks Krishna, why does one has to engage in sinful acts? Krishna then answers him that it is lust that forces one to sin. Lust presents itself in the senses, mind, and intelligence, but it can be counteracted by self-control. And that's it for chapter 3. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And also to let everybody know, Chitra lives in Mauritius with a devoted mother and devotee mother, and she's a college student, so a youngster. So we're very fortunate to have these incredible youngsters who are able to recite the Bhagavad-Gita, explain the Bhagavad-Gita. So very fortunate. Thank you so much, Chitra. Okay, now I believe it's Vishal.
Namo Nama.
Hare Krishna. Very good. Fantastic. Oh, 1 second. Let's just find out where we are. Just introduce yourself, Vishal.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
Namo Nama. Nothing to introduce ourselves, but I'm Vishal Pathak. I came to more in live when during what was that? What was that occasion about Diwali? No, not Diwali. Before Diwali.
Janmashtami. Janmashtami.
Janmashtami. Yeah, at the time of Janmashtami, I got introduced into the live and quite amazed to see the work and the dream we are going to have nearby in Colston, going to have the temple. That is more exciting for me. I'm actually by profession I'm in IT. Working so far I was in a technical role, but now I'm in more of like project management role, and yeah, I'm living in Sutton nearby, and yeah, I'm quite fortunate to have this opportunity to recite this Chaturtha Adhyaya of Bhagavad-Gita over here, which I had never recited. But yeah, let's try it today.
Thank you
No
so
problem.
much. Fantastic.
Namaste. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Chaturthodhyayah Jnana-karma Sannyasa Yogaha. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha. Imam vivasvate yogam proktavanahamavyayam vivasvanmanave praha manorikshvakavibravit evam parampara prapte imam rajarshayo viduhu sakkale nehamahata yoge nashtah parantapa. स एवायं मया तेत्य योगः प्रोक्तः पुरातनः भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं एतदुत्तमम्. अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वतः कथमेतद्विजानीयं त्वमादौ प्रोक्तवानिति. श्रीभगवान् उवाच बहूनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव चार्जुन तान्यहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्थ परन्तप. अजोऽपि सन्नव्ययात्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वामधिष्ठाय सम्भवाम्यात्ममायया. यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम्. परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. जन्म कर्म च दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन. वीतरागभया क्रोधा मन्मया मापुपाश्रिता बहवो ज्ञानतपसा पूता मद्भावागता. ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तास्तं थैव भजाम्यहम्. मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः. काक्षन्तः कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्तः इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा. चातुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्यकर्तारमव्ययम् न मां कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति न मे कर्म फलस्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्मभिर्न स बाध्यते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैः पूर्वतरं कृतम् किं कर्मेति कवयोऽप्यत्र मोहितः तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्ष्यसे शुभात् कर्मणो यपि बोधव्यं च विकर्मणः अकर्मणश्च बोधव्यं गहना कर्मणो गतिः कर्मण्यकर्म यः पश्येत् कर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु युक्तः कृत्स्न कर्म कृत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भा कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निग्धः कर्माणं तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधः त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रयः कर्मण्यभिप्रवृत्तेऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः निराशीर्यत्तचित्तात्मा त्यक्तसर्वपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कुर्वन्नप्नोति किल्बिषम् यदृच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समः सिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न विद्यते गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानवस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचतरः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविर्ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना दैवमेवापरे यज्ञं योगिनः पर्युपासते ब्रह्माज्ञावपरे यज्ञं यज्ञेनैवोपयुज्यति श्रोताद्रिनिन्द्रियाण्यन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्यति शब्दादीन् विषयानन्य इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्यति सर्वाणीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगाग्नौ जुह्यति ज्ञानदीपते द्रव्ययज्ञास्तपो यज्ञा योगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्यायज्ञानयज्ञाश्च यतयः संशितव्रतः अपाने जुह्यते प्राणं प्राणे पानं तथा परे प्राणापानिगते रुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणः अपारे नियताहारः प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्यति सर्वेप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषः यज्ञशिष्टामृतो भुजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनम् नायं लोकस्य यज्ञस्य कृतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तम एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विद्वितान् सर्वेन् एवं ज्ञात्मा विमोक्ष्यसे Shreyan dravyamayadyagnya jnanayagnya parantapa sarvam karmakhilam partha jnane parisamapyate tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadyakshanti te jnanam jnanantastatvadarshinaha यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यस्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतानि शेषाणि द्रक्ष्यस्यात्मन्थयो महि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव वृजीनं सन्तरिष्यसि यथैदांसि समिद्धोऽग्निर्भस्मास्तु कुरुतर्जना ज्ञानाग्निः सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रः मिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विन्दति श्रद्धां वां लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिं चिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञश्चाश्रद्धनाश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसन्न्यस्तकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्छन्निसंशयम् आत्मावन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् ज्ञानसम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञानासीनात्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगाम् आतिष्ठोष्टष्टि भारत नमो नमः
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Vishal. Beautifully recited. Really, really good. First time, you can't tell first time. It looks like you've done it all your life.
You're like a real pundit.
But you are Brahman by birth, and also your activities are Brahminical. So very, very good.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Huh? Fantastic.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, it was very good.
Thank you.
Hope you're staying for the rest of the satsang. Huh? Actually, I want to make you co-host. So if you see any problems, just deal with them, please. Thank you very much, Vishal. That was so good. Chitra, would you like to recite?
Hare Krishna. So this is chapter 4 of Bhagavad-Gita. In this chapter, there is a brief history of the Bhagavad-Gita, which was first spoken by Krishna to Vivasvan, the sun god. The Vivasvan then taught the science of Bhagavad-Gita to his descendants, who in turn taught it to humanity. This system of transmitting knowledge came to be known as the cyclic succession. Whenever there is a decline in religion or a rise of irreligion, Krishna will appear in his transcendental form, untouched by material nature. One who understands this form will attain the Lord's eternal abode at the time of his death. Everyone who surrenders to Krishna, whether it be directly or indirectly, Krishna will definitely reciprocate according to one's surrender. Krishna also created the system called Varnashram, with divisions of social and spiritual life to engage people according to their natures. By sacrificing the results of work to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, people will gradually raise to the platform of transcendental knowledge. Ignorant and faithless people will gain knowledge of the script. Who never gain knowledge of the scriptures can never be happy, nor attain Krishna consciousness. And that's it for chapter 4.
Thank you very, very much. Good, thorough explanation. Brilliant. Well done. So, chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness, is, I've forgotten. Sorry.
It's me, Prabhu.
Oh, Chitra, yes, I thought I remembered. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. I was going to say to you, you just carry on. Just don't go anywhere. Thank you. Go for it, Chitra.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Ata Panchamodhyaya. Arjuna Uvacha. Sannyasam Karmana Krishna. Punaryogam cha shamsasi. Yat Shreya etayorekam. Tanme bruhi sunishchitam. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha. Sannyasah karma yogyascha nishreyasa karavubhau tayostu karma sannyasat karma yogo vishishyate yena sanitya sannyasi yona deveshti na kankishati Nirvando hi mahabhaho sukham bandhata pramuchyate Sankhya yoga prithak bala pravantanti na pandita ekamapyastita samyag ubhayor vindate phalam yat sankhya yai prapyate sthanam tad yoger apigamyate ekam sankhya cha yogam cha ya pashyati sa pashyati sanyasastu mahabaho dukham aptum ayogatah yoga yukto munir brahma nachirena Yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvanapi na lipyate naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tatvavit pashyan shri van sprishan Jigran Ashnan Gachan Swapan Shvasan Pralapan Vishajagrinam Unmishan Nimishan Napi Indriyanindriyarteshu Vartata iti dharayan Brahmani Adhaya karmani sangam tyaktva karoti yaha lipyate na sapapena padmapatram ivambhasa kayena manasa buddhya kavaler indriyairapi yoginaha karma kurvanti Sangam tyaktvatma shuddhaye yuktam karma phalam tyagva shantim mapnoti naishtikim ayuktaha kamakarena phale shakto nibhadyate sarva karmani manasa sanyasyaste sukham vashi Navadvare pure dehi naiva kurvanna karayan na kartritvam na karmani लोकस्य सृजति प्रभुः न कर्म फलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते नादत्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभुः अज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः ज्ञानेन तु तत् अज्ञानं येषां नाश्रितम् आत्मनः तेषामादित्यवज्ञानं प्रकाशति तत्परम् तद्बुद्धस्य तद् आत्मानस्तन्निष्ठास्तत् तत्परायणः गच्छन्ति अपुनर्वृत्तं वृत्तिं ज्ञाननिर्धूतकल्मषाः विद्याविनयसम्पन्ने ब्राह्मणे गविहस्तिनि शुनि चैव स्वपाके च पण्डिताः समादर्शिनः इहैव तैर्जितः सर्गो येषां साम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्माद् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थितः नापर्षयेत् प्रियं प्राप्य नोद्विजेत् प्राप्य च प्रियम् स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मुद्धो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थितः बाह्यस्पर्शेष् अशक्तामा विन्दति आत्मनि यत् सुखं सा ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखम् अक्षयम् अश्नुते ये हि संस्पर्शज भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवतः कुन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः शक्नोति हैव यसोऽधुं प्राक्शरीरविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधो भव वेगं स युक्तः स सुखी नरः योऽन्तः सुखोऽन्तरा रामस् तथान्तर्ज्योति एव यः स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतो दिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषय कृष्णकल्मषा चिन्नद्वैधायतात्मानः सर्वभूताहिते रतः कामक्रोधविमुक्तानां यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभीतो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विदितात्मनाम् स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्बाह्यांश चक्षुश्चैवातरे भ्रुवो प्राणापानौ समो कृत्वा नास्याभ्यन्तरचारिणौ यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षप्रयायना विगते च भयो क्रोधो यः सदा मुक्त एव सः भोक्तारां यज्ञ तपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां याद्वा मां सातिं ऋच्छति.
Well done, Chitra. That was amazing. Very, very good. Very competently read. And you are on again. This is the Chitra show.
So, chapter 5. Arjuna is yet still confused about what is better, renunciation of work or work in devotion. Krishna therefore continues to explain that devotional service is better. Since everything belongs to the Supreme Personality Godhead, there is nothing that belongs to one to renounce. And thus, whatever one possesses, they should use it in Krishna's service. A person working in such consciousness is renounced. This is called Karma Yoga, which helps one escape from fruitive reaction and entanglement in rebirth. One who has devotion in his mind and who controls his senses is in divine consciousness. Although the senses are engaged with sense object, he himself is detached and situated in peace and happiness. And that's it for chapter 5.
Very, very good. And the last verse is really incredible. Just put it up. This is the peace formula. And the peace formula has 3 aspects to it. If we know that the Lord is the ultimate beneficiary of everything, if we know that he is the supreme Lord of everything, plus he is the well-wisher, he is our well-wisher, then we are at peace, we'll be at peace. Because even if some reverses take place in our life, the Lord will not do anything which is not good for us. He's our well-wisher. So even if there's a reverse in our life, actually it is the benediction of the Lord. And if we take it in that mood, then we will be at peace. We will not be anxious when something goes wrong in our life, because the Lord will not do anything which is not good for us, which is going to be bad for us. He'll do whatever. He's our well-wisher, not just us, everyone. He's everyone's well-wisher. So this is really powerful verse. This is the peace formula. And we continue with the Karuna Banda family. So GJ is her daughter in Malaysia, older daughter, studying. Chitra is in Mauritius, younger daughter. And
Prabhu,
yes.
I am the eldest.
No way. Okay, I was just trying to compliment you. So, and Karuna is the mother, and she's also a very amazing singer. She teaches singing lessons in school, classical Indian singing classes. So, and every day actually she sings bhajan with us at 3:30 in the afternoon. It's really phenomenal, amazing. So Karuna, over to you.
Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Atha Shashtodhyaya Atma Sanyam Yoga. Shri Bhagavana Uvacha. Anashita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karotiya. Sannyasi cha yogi cha narirgnirna chakritya. Yam sannyasam niti prahur yogam tam viti pandava. Na yan sannyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kanshana. आरुरुक्षोर्मुनेर्योगं कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव समकारणमुच्यते यदा हिनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मस्वनुसृजते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी
योगारूढः सरोचते उद्धरेदात्मनात्मानं नात्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव यात्मनो बन्धुरात्मैव रिपुरात्मना बन्धुरात्मा मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शात्रुवत् जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयो ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कुटस्थो विजितेन्द्रिय युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकञ्चना सुहृन्मित्रारियुदासीन मध्यस्थद्वैष्यबन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्जित सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराकीर्अपरिग्रहः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरम् आसनम् आत्मना न त्युच्छ्रितं न त्रिनिचं चैर्लजीन कुशोत्तरम् तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रियक्रिया उपविश्याने युञ्ज्याद् योगमात्मविशुद्धये समं काय शिरोग्रीवं धारयन्नचलं स्थिर सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्च नावलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिर्ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आशित मत्परः युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाण परमां मत्संस्थाम् अधिगच्छति नात्यस्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तम् अनश्नतः न चाति स्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनयतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृह सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यत चित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः यत्रो परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् अत्यन्तिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यम् अतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्या दुःख संयोग वियोगं योगसन्नितम् स निश्चयेन युक्तव्यो योगो निर्विण्णचेतस सङ्कल्पप्रभावान् कामांस् त्वाक्वा सर्वान् अशेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः शनैः शनैरुपरमेत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चित् अपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलम् अस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्यैतत् आत्मन्येव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुखम् उत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतम् अकल्मषम् युञ्जान्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शाम् अत्यन्तं सुखम् अश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थम् आत्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकत्वम् अस्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मता अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वात् स्थितिं स्थिराम् चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवद्दृढम् तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव सुदुष्करम् श्रीभगवान् उवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येन च गृह्यते असंयतात्मना योगो दुष्प्राप मे मति वश्यात्मना तु यतता शक्यो वाप्तुम् उपायतः अर्जुन उवाच अयति श्रद्धयोपेतो योगाच्चलितमानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कच्चिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टश्चिन्नाभ्रमिव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमुधो ब्रह्मणः पति एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुम् अर्हस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यः संशयास्यस्य चेत्ता न ह्युपपद्यते
श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेह नामुत्र विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तत गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतां लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वती समाः शुचीनां श्रीमतां गेहे योगभ्रष्टोऽभिजायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशम् तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूय संस्थितौ कुरु नन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते यवशोऽपि स जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माति वर्तते प्रयत्नाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धस्ततो याति परां गतिम् तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिका कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां स मे युक्तः तमो मता ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भागवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे आत्मसंयम योगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु श्रीमद्भागवद्गीता की जय
Jai, Jai. Well done. Thank you so much. Probably one of the hardest chapters, apart from chapter 11. So well done, well handled. Thank you so much. Very good. So back to Chitra again.
Hare Krishna. So chapter 6 describes Jnana Yoga, which is the process that entails the cessation of material activities. The true mystic is not one who performs, is not he who performs no duty. A real yogi works according to duty. He does not have attachment to result or have a desire for sense gratification. Real yoga entails meeting the Supreme Soul within the heart and following his direction. This is achieved by controlling the mind. Through knowledge and realization, one becomes unaffected by material existence. By regulation of eating, sleeping, work, and recreation, a yogi gains control over his body, mind, and activities and becomes steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. Ultimately, he achieves samadhi, characterized by the ability to relish transcendental pleasure through transcendental sense. The highest yogi is he who always thinks of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that is for chapter 6.
Thank you. That's perfect. Well done. Are you continuing the summaries after this?
My mother told me to do to chapter 6, but I do believe I have summaries for all the chapters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're welcome to do as many as you like. Huh? Whatever, whatever you like.
I heard there was some others, but if there's no one, I can do them.
Yeah, why not? It's good for everybody to hear somebody new, different. So thank you. Very good. So number 7 is Sita Ram, again from Mauritius. Sita Ram Prabhu, yes, you'd like to. Hare Krishna. Very good.
Sri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Sakta Manah Partha Yogam Yunjam Vad Asraya Asamsayam Samagramam Yatha Jnayas Si Takshunu Jnanam Te Aham Sa Vijnanam Idam Yaksyami Ase Satah Yajñadvat neha bhuyo anyahaj jnanam jnatavyam abhisyate Manushyanam sahasresu kaschid yatati siddhaya yata tam api siddhanam kaschin mamveti tadvatah Bhumir apo analo vayo kammano buddhir evacha ahankara Itiyam me bhina prakriti yastada apaye aparesyam itasvi anyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yade navdam dharyate jagat etabhyonini bhutani sarvaniti upadarya Aham Kritsnasya Jagataha Prabhavam Pralayasthatha Mata Para Taram Nanyat Kinchit Asti Dhananjaya Mai Sarvam Idam Pratam Sutramani Ganaiva Raso Aham Apsu Konteya Prabhasmi Sasi Surya Yo pranaya sarva bhutesu sabdakhe parosam risu punya gandha prithivyam cha tejas jasmi vibhavaso jivanam sarva bhutesu tapas jasmi tapas visu bijamam sarva bhutat Nam vidhi partha sanatanam budhir budhimatam asmi tejas tejasvinam aham balam balavatam chaham kama raga vijarjitam dharma virudho bhutesu kamo asmi bharatarsabha Ye chaiva sadvika bhava rajasastamasaschaye mata evati tanvedhi natve aham tesutemai tribhirguna mayar bhave ebi sarvam idam jagad mohitam nabhi janati mam ebhya param avyayam Devi esaguna mai mama maya duratyaya mam eva ye pradbhatyante mamam mitam tarantite namam diskritu mudha prapadyante naradhama maya ya parita jnana asuram bhavam asritaha Chaturvidha bhajante mam janah sukritino arjuna अस्तु जिज्ञासुर अर्थार्थे ज्ञानी च भारतर्षभा तेषां ज्ञानी नित्या युक्ता एका भक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनो त्यार्थम् अहं स च मम प्रियः उदरः सर्व एवैते ज्ञानी त्वे आत्मवै मतम् अस्थितः सहसि युक्तात्मा माम् एवानुत्तमं गतिम् बहूनं जन्मानं मन्ते ज्ञानवं मम प्रपद्यते वसुदेव सर्वम् इति स महात्मसु दुर्लभः कमैस्तस्तर्हित्यज्ञानः प्रपायन्ते अन्यदेवतः तं तं नियमम् अस्थाय प्रकृत्य नियतः स्वाय यो यो यं तनुं भक्तः श्रद्धायर्चितम् इच्छति तस्य चालं श्रद्धां तमेव विदधमीयहम् सतया श्रद्धया युक्तस्तस्य दानम् ईहते लभते च ततः कामं मया विहितं येन अन्तवत् तु फलं तेषां तद्भावति अल्पमेधसं देवं देवयजो अन्यन्ति मद्भक्तयन्ति मम अपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिम् अपानं मन्यन्ते माम् अभूदयः परं भावम् अजानन्तो मम व्ययम् अनुत्तमम् नाहं प्रकाशः सर्वस्य योगमाय समावृत्तः मूढो अयं न भिजनति लोकमम् अजम् अव्ययम् वेदहं समातितानि वर्तमानानि चर्युनः भविष्यन्ति च भूतानि मम तु वेद न कश्चन ईच्छद्वेष समुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि समूहं सर्गे यन्ति परन्तप येषां त्वि अन्तर्गतं पापं जाननं पुण्यकर्माणं ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्त भजन्ते मम द्विधा व्रतः जरामरणमोक्षाये मम आश्रित्य जतन्ये ते ब्रह्मा तद्वेदो कृष्णं यद्यात्मं कर्म चखिलम् सदीभूताधिदैवं मां सदीयजनं च ये विदु प्रयाणकाले अपि च मम ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसः.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Sitaram. Very competent. Very good. Very nice recitation. Chapter 7, Ki Jai. So, yes. So, Chitra, you welcome to summarize if you like.
Hare Krishna. So in chapter 7, Krishna reveals himself as the origin of everything, that is material and spiritual energies. Although his energy is material in nature, with three states of being, Krishna is himself not under material control. However, everyone else is except those who have surrendered unto him. Krishna is the essence of everything. The taste, heat, sound, light, the ability of men, the original fragrance of the earth, and intelligence and lives. There are 4 types of men who surrender to Krishna and 4 types who don't. Those who do not surrender remain covered by Krishna's temporary illusory potency and can never know him. But those who surrender to him become eligible for devotional service. Among those who surrender, there are those who understand that Krishna is the cause of all, and when they engage in devotional service with determination, they will become dear to Krishna. These rare souls attain Krishna upon liberation. And that's it for chapter 7.
Thank you. There's one fantastic verse in there. I mean, there's many fantastic verses, but especially one that just sticks in my mind. Devi Esha Gunamai, where Krishna says this divine material energy of his, is very, very difficult to overcome. But one who surrenders unto him, Krishna, for him, it is very easy to cross over this ocean of material miseries. So it's a really amazing verse. And I think at the end also Krishna describes that the worship of the Devata, how it compares, the worship of the Devatas, how it compares to the worship of the Supreme Lord. So, and that he also describes in chapter 9 as well. Thank you very much. So, chapter 8. Let me just check who's doing chapter 8. Very good. Nutanji.
Hari Om, Hare Krishna. I am a bit nervous, I'll be honest.
No
After listening to all these beautiful recitations.
Oh, no, you got an amazing voice as well. So no worries. And don't worry at all.
I will try my best. I've not done this sort of outside at all, so it's my very first time. So.
Wow, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Ashtamodhyayah Akshar Brahma Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Kim Tad Brahma Kim Adhyatmam Kim Karma Purushottama Adibhutam Cha Kin Proktam Adidaivam Kim Uchyate Adiyajna Katham Kotra Dehesmin Madhusudana Prayana Kale Cha Katham Nyeyosi Niyatatmabhihi Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Svabhavodhyatmam Uchyate Bhuta Bhavotbhavakaro Visarga Karma Sanyataha Adibhutam Ksharo Bhavaha Purushaschahi Chadi Daivatam Adiyajnyohamevatra Dehe Deha Bhritambara अन्तकाले च मामेव स्मरन् मुक्त्वा कलेवरम् यः प्रयाति समद्भावम् यतीनस्त्यस्त्र संशयः यं यं वापि स्मरन् भावम् त्यजत्यन्ते कलेवरम् तं तं एवैति कौन्तेय सदा तद्भावभावितः तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मामनुस्मरयुध्य च मयि अर्पितमनो बुद्धि मामे वैश्यस्य संशयः अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचिन्तयन् कविं पुराणं अनुशासितारम् अणोरणीयं समनुस्मरेत्य सर्वस्य धातारम् अचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणम् अवेश्य सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषम् उपैति दिव्यम् यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यत् यो वीतरागाः यदिच्छान्तो ब्रह्मचार्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोहृत्ति निरुध्य च मूर्धन्यादायात्मनः प्राणम् आस्थितो योगधारणम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मामनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स याति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेतः सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयमशाश्वतम् शाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमां गताः आब्रह्मभुवनलोकः पुनरावर्तिनोऽर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यत् ब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तां देहोरात्रविदो जनाः अव्यक्ताद्व्यक्तयः सर्वाः प्रभवन्त्यहरागमे रात्र्यागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव व्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्रामः स एवयं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्र्यागमे वसः पार्थ प्रभवत्यहरागमे रागमे परस्तस्मात्तु भावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातनः यत् स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यात्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तोऽक्षरित्युक्ता तामाहु परमं गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषः स परः पार्थ भक्त्या लब्ध्या स्वनन्यया यस्यान्तःस्थानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयाता यान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्लः षण्मासा उत्तरायणम् तत्र प्रयात गच्छन्ति ब्रह्मविदो जनाः धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णः षण्मासा दक्षिणायनम् तत्र चान्द्रामसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतिह्येते जगतः शाश्वते मते एकया यात्यनावृत्तिम् अनन्या वर्तते पुनः नैते श्रुति पार्थ जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपसु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे अक्षरब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः हरि ओम् Hare Krishna.
I thought you said you've never done it before.
I've practiced, but I've never done it for anybody. This is the first time. And there's my lovely lady who's one of our teachers called Geeta Ji. I just asked her to listen to me just before I started. So thank you, Geeta Ji, and thank you, Prabhuji, for giving me this chance.
Oh,
Thank
wonderful. Thank you. There has been a call, a request for you to show yourself. Is that possible?
Oh. Okay, I will show myself.
You're making an appearance.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Oh,
thank you.
And you live in Sutton, right?
I live in Sutton, yeah.
No, thank you so much. Fantastic.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Really
Thank
good.
you, Mataji. Thank you for giving me a chance.
Fantastic effort.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Kanchan. So, Chitra, yes, over to you, chapter 8.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 8. In this chapter, Arjun asks Krishna 7 questions. What is Brahman? What is self? What are fruitive activities? What is material manifestation? What demigods? Who is the Lord of sacrifice? And how can those engaged in devotional service know Krishna at the time of death? Krishna replies that Brahman refers to the indestructible living entity which is the Jeev Atma. The self is the soul's nature of service, and fruitive activities or actions that develop material bodies. The material manifestation is the ever-changing physical nature, and the demigods and their planets are part of the universal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And the Lord of Sacrifice is Krishna as the Super Soul. As for knowing Krishna at the time of death, it depends on one's consciousness. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, that state he will attain without fail. Krishna says that whoever at the end of life quits his body remembering him alone at once attains him without a doubt. Therefore, he advises Arjuna to always think of himself, that is Krishna, and at the same time to carry out his duty of fighting. With Krishna in mind, activities are dedicated to him, and the mind and intelligence are fixed on him, and therefore one will attain Krishna without a doubt. During every day of Brahma, living entities become manifest, and during his night, they merge into the unmanifested nature. And although there are auspicious and inauspicious times to leave the body, devotees of Krishna do not need to care about them. For if they are engaged in devotional service, they will automatically attain all the results they will get from studying the Ved or engaging in sacrifice, charity, and so on. These pure devotees will reach the Supreme Personality of Godhead's eternal abode without fail.
Perfect.
And that's it for chapter 8.
Perfect. Well done. Thank you so much. You've really explained it well. Now we have Bimal from all the way from Manchester. So thank you so much, and looking forward to Shavi a little later on, and your mother-in-law.
That builds up the pressure, nothing else.
You have a lot to live up to.
I know.
Not many people can beat Shavi, you know.
I know. Right. Right. Should I start then?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Sri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Navamadhyayah. Sri Bhagwan Uvacha. Idam tu te grahya tamam pravakshyamya na suyave gnanam vignana sahitam yajnatva moksase supat. Rajavidya rajagruhyam pavitramidamuttamam pratyakshavagam damyam susukham kartumavyayam. Maya tatamidam sarvam asatyatana purusa dharmasyasya parantapa aprapya mam nivartante mrityu sansara vartmani. Maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matchani sarvabhutani najaham te swavanstitah. यथाकाश न च मत्स्थानि भूतानि पश्य मे योगमेश्वरम् उतमद्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावनः यथाकाश स्थितो नित्यं वायु सर्वत्र गो महान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थानीत्युपधारय सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकाम् कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पातो विसृजाम्यहम् प्रकृतिं स्वामवष्टम्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राममिमं कृत्य मवशं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च मा तानि कर्माणि निबन्धन्ति तनश्रय उदासीन वदासीन मसक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मयाध्यक्षेण प्रकृतिः सूयते सचराचरम् हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मामूढा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावमजानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरम् मोदासा मोघकर्माणो मोघज्ञाना विचेतसः राक्षसी मासुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं श्रिताः महात्मानस्तु मा पार्थ देवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिताः भजन्त्यनन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् सततं कर्तयन्तो मा यतन्तश्च दृढव्रताः नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतो मुखम् अहं कृतरहं यज्ञः स्वादाहं मोसतं मन्त्रोऽहमहमेवास्यमहमग्रिरहं हुतं पिताहमस्य जगतो माता ताता पितामहः वेदं पवित्रमोङ्कार रुक्षास यजुरेव च गतिर्भता प्रभुः साक्षीं निवास शरणं सुदत् प्रभवः प्रलय स्नानं निधानं बीजमव्ययम् तपाम्यहमहं वर्षं निगृहाम्यु स्पृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सदसञ्चाहमर्जुन त्रैविधां मा सोमपाः पूतपाता यज्ञैरुत्सा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुष्णमासाद सुरेन्द्रलोकमश्चन्ति देव्यां दिवि देवभोगान् ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षिणे पुण्ये मृत्युलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयीधर्ममनुप्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मा ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽप्यन्न देवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय
यजन्त्य विधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेनातश्च वन्दिते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितृवता भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज यान्ति मदाजिनोऽपि माम् पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्युपदं तं श्रापि प्रयतात्मनः यक्तरोषि यज्ञश्रासि यजुहोषि ददासि यत् पश्यति कौन्तेय तक्तुरस्व मदर्पणम् शुभाशु शुभफलैरेवं मोक्षसे कर्म बंधने सन्नासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपेष्यसि समोऽहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेषोऽस्ति न प्रियः ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि ते तेषु चाप्यहम् अतिचेत्सु दुराचारो भजते मामनन्यपाक् साधुरेव च मन्त्रव्य सम्यक् य वसिते हि सः क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा सस्वच्छान्ति निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्त प्रणश्यति मां हि पार्थ व्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि स्युः पापयो न यः स्त्रियो वैश्यास्तथा शूद्रास्तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं ब्रह्मणा पुण्या भक्त्या राजर्षयस्तथा अतीत्य सुखं लोकमिमं प्राप्य भजस्व माम् मन्नमा भव भक्तो मदाजीमा नमस्कुरु मामे वेश्यसि युक्तेव मात्मानं मत्यपरायणः इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतामय ब्रह्मविद्यायां श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे योगशास्त्रेण श्रीविद्या राजगुरु योग नामक 9th अध्याय श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु.
Thank you so much, Bimal. Well done. And Shay, we will be running the classes later, okay?
I won't mind.
But you did well. You did well.
Thank you.
Not an easy chapter, chapter 9. So thank you very, very much. Okay, Chitra.
Hare Krishna. In chapter 9, Krishna talks about the most confidential knowledge, which is knowledge of devotional service, and it is considered to be the purest knowledge and topmost education. One who has this knowledge gets a direct perception of the self by realization. It is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and joyfully performed. Krishna's unmanifested form pervades everything, but Krishna himself remains detached from matter. Material nature works under his direction and produces all moving and non-moving beings. Krishna's unmanifested form pervades everything. Different worshippers reach different goals. Men who want to attain the heavenly planets worship the demigods, and then take birth among them to enjoy godly delights. But after exhausting their pious credits, they will return to earth. Those who worship their ancestors will go to the planets of their ancestors, and those who worship ghosts will become ghosts. But one who worships Krishna with exclusive devotion goes to him forever. Whatever Krishna's devotee does, eats, offers, or gives away in charity, he does as an offering unto the Lord. Krishna reciprocates by carrying what his devotee lacks and preserving what he has. By taking shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna, even low-born people can attain liberation. And that's it for chapter 9.
Very good. I think towards the end, he also describes that there are sometimes this world is very overpowering. So it can lead to sometimes devotees also making mistakes, terrible mistakes. And he also describes that devotee who makes mistakes and commits sins, if he continues to be engaged in his service, in Krishna service, then he's considered to be still righteous. And then he quotes this, he says to Arjun, declare it boldly, my devotee never perishes. So Krishna tells Arjun to declare it. Why? Because sometimes when Krishna says something, he may not keep his word. This is the extraordinary nature of Sri Krishna's loving nature, pastime. He says one thing, but he means something else. But he always will fulfill the promise of his devotee. So he says to Arjun, declare it boldly. Tell everybody, my devotee never perishes. That's such a powerful statement. Such a powerful statement. So very fortunate to be in everybody's association, listening to Krishna's words to Arjun. So today we have a great privilege, actually, an honor of hearing now the mother of Poorna Mataji, all the way from Bharat and Gujarat, and maybe even, I'm not sure exactly where they stay, but perhaps near Somnath. Poorna Mataji,
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Yes, she is from Somnath Prabhuji at the moment. Yes.
Wow, fantastic. My goodness. Oh, yes, I can see. Yes. Okay. So a very rare privilege to hear your mother. So very honored. Thank you very, very much. She knows the whole of the Bhagavad-Gita by heart. So very learned person. So learned devotee. So thank you very much for joining us and blessing us. Your blessings are very important to us, Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Dasamodhyayah. Shri Bhagavan Vacha. Bhuya eva mahabhavu shrunu me paramam vacha yatteham priyamanaya vakshyami hitakamyaya na me vidu suragana prabhavam na marsaya ahamadiri devanam maharsinam cha sarvasa yo mama jamanadincha Veti loka maheswaram asamudha samarthesu sarva papai pramochate buddhi gnanam sammoha kshama satyam dama shama sukham dukham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushti tapodanam yaso yasa bhavanti bhava bhutanam मत्त एव पृथग्विदा। महर्षयः सप्त पूर्वे चत्वारो मनवस्तथा मद्भावा मानसा जाता येषां लोक इमाः प्रजा। एतां विभूतिं योगं च मम यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः सो विकम्पेन योगेन युज्यते नात्र संशयः। अहं सर्वस्य प्रभवो मतः सर्वं प्रवर्तते इति मत्वा भजन्ते मां बोधा भाव समन्विता। मच्चिता मद्गतप्राणा बोधयन्तः परस्परं कथयन्तश्च मां नित्यं तोष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च। तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धिर्योगं तं येन मामुपयान्ति ते। तेषामेवानुकम्पार्थ महमज्ञानजं तमः नाशयाम्यात्मभावस्थो ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता। अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं परमं भवान् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यमादिदेवमजं विभुम्। आहुस्त्वां ऋषयः सर्वे देवर्षि नारदस्तथा असितो देवलो व्यास स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे। सर्वमेतद्वृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव नहि ते भगवन् यक्तिं विदुर्देवा न दानवा स्वयमेवात्मनात्मानं वेत्थ त्वं पुरुषोत्तम। भूतभावन भूतेश देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्ष्यशेषेण दिव्यायात्मविभूतय याभिर्विभूतिर्लोकान् निमास्त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि। कथं विद्यामहं योगी त्वां सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्तयोऽसि भगवन् मया। विस्तरणात्मनो योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूय कथय तृप्तिः शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतम्। श्री भगवान् उवाच हन्त ते कथयिष्यामि दिव्यायात्मविभूतय प्राधान्यतः कुरु श्रेष्ठ नास्त्यन्तो विस्तरस्य मे। अहमात्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूताश्रयस्थितः अहमादिश्च मध्यं च भूतानामन्त एव च। आदित्यानामहं विष्णुं ज्योतिषां रविरंशुमान् मरीचिति मरुतादस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषु यक्षरक्षसां वसूनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहं पुरोदशां च मुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्द सरसामस्मि सागर महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिरामस्येकमक्षरं यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालय अश्वत्थ सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारद गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथ सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनि उच्चैश्रवा समस्वानां विद्धि मामृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम्। आयुधानामहं वज्र धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्प सर्पाणामस्मि वासुकी अनन्ताश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणामर्यमा चास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालः करयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवना पवतामस्मि राम शस्त्रभृतामहं जसानां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसामस्मि जाह्नवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्यानां वादः प्रवदितामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वः सामासिकस्य च अहमेवाक्षय कालो जाताहं विश्वतो मुखः मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाह मुद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्तिः श्रीवाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिमेधा धृतिः क्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकर द्यूतं छलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्वं सत्वतामहं वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जय मुनीनामप्यहं व्यास कवीनामुशना कवि दण्डोदमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यस्यान् मया भूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूते विस्तरसो मया यद्यद् विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तद्देवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम् अथवा बहुनेतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टम्यामृदं कृष्णं मेकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे विभूतियोग नाम दशमोऽध्याय कृष्णार्पणमस्तु। नमस्ते बधाई।
Jay, thank you, Bhakti Ben. તમે હમણાં સોમનાથ છો?
હા, સોમનાથ વેરાવળ.
તમારા આશીર્વાદ દેજો અહીંયા.
હા, હા. સોમનાથ બાપા ભગવાન સુખી રાખે.
Thank you, thank you.
પ્રગતિ રાખે બધાની બસ.
Thank you. તમારી ઉંમર કેટલી છે?
70.
Okay, thank you so much. Fantastic. Then both fine, Waichu. Thank you so much. Okay.
Chitra.
Yes, Chitra. Back to you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Chapter 10 describes the opulence of the Absolute. Krishna is known as being unborn, the beginningless, the supreme Lord of all worlds, the creator of all living beings, the origin of everything. Intelligence, knowledge, truthfulness, mental and sensory control, fearlessness, non-violence, austerities, birth, death, fear, distress, infamy, all qualities, either good or bad, are created by Krishna. Devotional service helps one develop good qualities. Devotees who engage in devotional service have full faith in Krishna's opulences, mystic power, and supremacy. The thoughts of the devotees dwell on Krishna. Their lives are devoted to him, and they derive great bliss and satisfaction by enlightening one another and conversing about him. Devotees engaged in pure devotional service, even if lacking education or knowledge of the Vedic principles, are helped from within by Krishna, who personally destroys the darkness born out of ignorance. Arjuna has realized Krishna's position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode and the absolute truth, the purest, the transcendental, and the original person. Now Arjuna wishes to know more. Lord Krishna concludes, all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. And that's it for chapter 10.
Brilliant, thank you. I think he explains 84 different opulences that he possesses. Really
I did not count.
yeah, I think so. So really amazing, actually. So this universal form, highlights chapter, is Ananda Leela. Ananda Leela is very, very expert at reciting. She does the Friday evening Srimad Bhagavatam recitation with such expertise. So, are you there?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Oh,
Hare
great.
Krishna, all devotees.
Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Atha name kadasodhyayah. Arjuna uvacha mad anugrahaya paramam guhyam adhyatma samhitam yatvayuktam vachastina mohoyam vigato mama bhavapyayo hi bhutanam shutto vistaraso maya Tvatha kamala pratraksha mahatyam api chavyayam evam etad yathathatvam atmanam parameshvara drashtum ichami te rupam eshwaram purushottama Manyase yadi tachchakyam maya drastum iti prabhu yogeshwara tato me tvam darshayatmanam avyayam. Shri Bhagavan uvacha Pashya me partha rupani satasotha sahasrasaha nana vidhani divyani nana varna kritini cha Pashyadityan vasun rudran ashvino marutastatha bahuni adrishta purvani pasyacharyani bharata Ihaikastham jagat kritsnam pashyadya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachchanyadраstumichashi Natum mam sakyase drastum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogameshwaram Sanjaya uvacha evam uktva tato rajan mahayogeshwaro harihi darshayamasha parthaya paramam rupameshwaram aneka vaktranayanam anekadbhuta darshanam aneka divyabharanam divyaneko jatayudham Divyamalambaradharam Divyagandhanulepanam Sarvascharyamayam Devam Anantam Vishvatomukham Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhavedyugapad Uttita Yadi Bhaha Sadrishi Sashad Bhashastasya Mahatmana Tatraikastham jagat krishnam pravibhaktam anekadha apashyadeva devasya sharire pandavastada tatah sa vishmaya visto hrishtaro madhananjayah panamya sirasa devam kritanjalir abhasata Arjuna uvacha Pashyami devam stava deva dehe सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्घान् ब्रह्माणमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषींश्च सर्वानुरगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूपा किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रीनं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दूरनिरीक्षां समन्ताद् दीप्तानलार्कद्युतिम् अप्रमेयम् त्वमक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वमव्यय शाश्वत धर्मगुप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुतासवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तम् Text 20 द्यावा वियोरिदमन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेनादिशश्च सर्वाः दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपम् उग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्घा विशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीति उक्त्वा महर्षिसिद्धसङ्घा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वासवो ये च साध्या विश्वेश्विनोर्मारुतचोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ति त्वां विस्मिताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरुपादं बहुदरं बहुदंष्ट्राकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितास्तथाहम् नभस्पर्शं दीप्तम् अनेकवर्णं व्याताननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णु दंष्ट्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्म प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्रा सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्घै भीष्मो द्रोणसुतपुत्रा तथासो सहास्मदीयैरपि योद्धमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमान विशन्ति दंष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सदृश्यन्ते चूर्णितेरुत्तमाङ्गे यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगाः समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राणि अभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतंगा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगाः लिलिहस्य ग्रस्समानः समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनेर्ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत् समग्रं भाषस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु अख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवतं माद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्तः ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे येव स्थिता प्रत्यनीकेषु योद्धा तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा सतुन् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवैते निहताः पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाची द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयाद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योद्धवीरान् मया हतां त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठा युध्यस्व जेता शिरणे सपत्नान् संजय उवाच एतच्च श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमानः किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं सगद्गदं भीतः प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकृतिया जगत् प्रहिष्यति अनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्घाः कस्माच्च तेन नमिरन्महात्मन् गर्यसि ब्रह्मणोऽपि आदिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सदसत्तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेवः पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेदासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वम् अनन्तरूपा वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेस्तु सहस्रकृद्वाः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्ताद् अथ पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वतः एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वा सखेति मद्वा प्रशभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यचिचावहासर्थम् असत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एकोऽथवापि अच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वम् अहमप्रमेयम् पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्ति अभ्याधिकः कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽपि अप्रतिम प्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रदिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वामहमीशमीड्यं पीतेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यो प्रियायार्हसि देव सोढुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं हर्षतोक्ष्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनां गदिनां चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वं द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रश्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वम् अनन्ताद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वम् न वेदयज्ञाध्ययेन दानेन च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपसख्याहं निर्लोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीरा मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरम् इन्द्रिन्ममेदं व्यापेतभिप्रीतमना पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपम् इदं प्रपश्य संजय उवाच इति अर्जुनं वासुदेवस्थितोक्त्वा स्वाकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूय आश्वासयामास च भीतमीनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्तः सचेतः प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवापि यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदेन तपसा न दानेन न चेज्जया सख्य एवं विधो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वा अनन्या सख्य अहमेवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तद्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामिति पाण्डव। इति श्रीमहाभारते शतसहस्रयां संहितायां वैयासिक्यं भीष्मपर्वणि श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः। Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, brilliantly done. It's such a difficult chapter, and you really chanted it so beautifully, so melodiously, and well done. That was so good to hear that. Thank you so much. Chapter 11 Ki Jai. Okay, Chitra.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Chapter 11, the universal form. Arjuna asks Krishna to prove his divinity by showing his universal form so as to protect innocent people from impostors. The universal form is a form that anyone who claims to be God should be prepared to show. Krishna therefore gives Arjuna divine vision through which he sees the brilliant, unlimited universal form, which reveals in one place everything that ever was, or now is, or will be. Arjuna offers obeisances with folded hands and glorifies the Lord. Krishna then reveals that except for the 5 Pandavas, all the soldiers assembled on the battlefield will be killed. Krishna therefore tells Arjuna to fight as his instrument, as Krishna's instrument, and guarantees him victory and a flourishing kingdom. Arjuna then requests Krishna to withdraw this fearful form and show his original form. The Lord then exhibits his 4-armed form and at last his original 2-armed form. Upon seeing the Lord's human-like form, Arjuna becomes pacified. One who is engaged in pure devotional service can see such a form. And that's it for chapter 11.
Thank you. And actually seeing his universal form, so his universal form is still part of this material world. It's not a form that exists in the spiritual world. So his 2-handed form is extremely rare to see, even though those in the time of the Mahabharata saw, but they couldn't appreciate because it's such an amazing form. But it's very difficult to understand that form. So we are very lucky that Krishna is, even though he may not be physically present, but through the Bhagavad-Gita, we can understand so many things. It's very, very good. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, chapter 12. I think a lot of people's favorite chapter is chapter 12. My favorite because it's the smallest chapter, 20 verses. Chapter 15 is also 20 verses, but in chapter 15, the verses are a little hard. But chapter 12, they're fantastic verses. And actually, chapter 12 gives the essence of philosophy of the Bhagavad-Gita very beautifully. And one of our devotees, Kaushalya Mataji, you there, Kaushalya Mataji?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Oh, good. About a year ago, less than a year ago, we started learning verses from the Bhagavad-Gita. And she was thinking, I'm never going to learn even one verse. But now she can recite a whole chapter. And that's what she's going to do today. And this is all thanks to Shruti, because Shruti is teaching and will be teaching when she comes back from India. So over to you, Kaushalya Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare
Please, if I do any mistakes.
No mistakes, don't worry.
Om Namo Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Dvadashodhyaya. Arjuna Vacha. Evam Satatayuktaye. Bhaktastvam Pariupasate. Ye chape aksharam avyaktam. Tesham ke yogi vittama. Shri Bhagavan Vacha. Maya Veshamano ye mam. Nitya yukta upasate. Shardhaya pariyopeta. Te me yukta tamamata. Ye tavaksharam anirdhesham. Avyaktam pariupasate. Sarvatragam achintyam cha. Kutastham achalam druham. Sanniyam indriya gramam. Sarvatra sambuddhaya. Te prapnuvanti mameva. Sarvabhuta hite ratah. Kleshudhikatarastesham. Avyakta satchetasam. Avyakta hi gatir dukkham. Dehavadbhir avyapate. Ye tu sarvani karmani. Mai sanyasya mataparha. Ananyenaiva yogena. Mam dhyayanta upasate. Tesham aham samardharta. Mrityu samsara sagarat. Bhavami nachirat paratha. Maya veshata chetasam. Mayyeva man adhastva. Mayi buddhim nivisheshaya. Nivishishyasi mayyeva. Ata urdhvam na samshaya. Atha cittam samadhatum. Na saknoshi mayi sitharam. Abhyasa yogena tato. Mamichhaptam dhananjaya. Abhyasepi param. Abhyasepi samartoshi. Matakarma paramo bhava. Madartham api karmani. Kurvam siddhyam avyapsasi. Athaidadaipya saktoshi. Kartum madhyogam shitaha. Sarvakarma phalatyagam. Tatha kuru yata atmavan. Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasa. Jnanadhyanam vishishyate. Dhyanat karma phalatyaga. Tyagat chantir anantaram. Adhaveshta sarvabhutanam. Maitriya karuna evacha. Nirmamo nirhankara. Samma dukha sukha shami. Santushta satatam yogi. Yata atma dhurdnishchaya. Mai api mai arpitam mano buddhir. Yo mada bhakta same priya. Yasman no dujate loko. Lokan no dujate chayah. Harsha marsha bhayodvegi. Mukto ya sachame priya. Anapeksha sachir diksha. दक्षा उदासीनो गतव्यतः सर्वरंभा परित्यागी यो मदभक्ता समे प्रियः यो न हर्षति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न कांक्षति शुभ अशुभ परित्यागी भक्ति मान्य समे प्रियः समशत्रु च मित्रे च तथा मन अपमानयो सितोष सुख दुखेषु समसंग विवर्जितः तुल्य निंदा स्थितिर्मुनि संतुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेत स्थितिर्मतिर् भक्तिमान मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्म अमृतम इदम यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धा धना मत परमा भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रियः ओम तत्सत् श्रीमद् भगवद गीता उपनिषद ब्रह्म विद्या योग शास्त्रे श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे भक्ति योगो नाम द्वादशाध्याय समापत हरि ओम हरे कृष्णा ओम कृष्णाय अर्पणम हरे कृष्णा प्रभु
Hare Krishna. Well done, Kaushali Maji.
Beautifully sung.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Well done. Thank you very, very much. So, congratulations. Now, Chitra, would you like to summarize chapter 12?
Hare Krishna.
Hare
In chapter 12, Arjun asks Krishna, who is more perfect between a devotee worshipping and servicing the Lord and a transcendentalist meditating on the impersonal Brahman. Krishna replies to him that the devotee who fixes his mind on his personal form is the most perfect. Devotional service employs the mind and senses. That's why it is an easy and natural way for a soul to reach the supreme destination. The impersonal path is unnatural and fraught with difficulties. Krishna does not recommend it. In the topmost stage of devotional service, one's consciousness is always and completely fixed on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After that comes the practice of regulative devotional service. Lower than that is Karma Yoga, which is renouncing the fruits of action. Indirect processes for attaining the Supreme Personality of Godhead include meditation and cultivating knowledge. A devotee who is pure, expert, tolerant, and self-controlled, free from false ego and friendly to all, is dear to the Lord. And that's it for chapter 12.
Thank you. Very good. I love the way in this chapter Krishna gives options. He says, if you can't do this, then do this. So he really wants us to advance in our spiritual life. So he's willing to give us different ways to connect with him. So firstly, he says, engage your mind and intelligence in me, and you will live with me. But he said, if you can't do that, then follow the rules and regulation of bhakti. If you can't follow the rules, then work for me. And if you can't work for me, give up the fruits of your labor, as you said, karma yoga. If you can't even do that, then meditate upon me. And if you can't meditate because your mind is not under control, then just get some knowledge about me. And this is what Bhagavad-Gita gives, knowledge about the Supreme Lord. Very powerful scripture. Thank you so much. And then he gives the Bhakta Astakam, the 8 verses where he glorifies his devotees. And in 4 of those verses, he says that that devotee who, whether in distress or in happiness, remains steady, is very dear to him. So yes, this material world, we're going to face a lot of distress. There might be a little happiness, but a lot of distress. And Krishna likes it when we remain steady in both. We're not disturbed by the problems, and we're not overly happy with happiness, if you like, if there's such a thing as happiness in this world. Very powerful chapter. And many devotees I know recite this every single day, this chapter. And it's really an excellent practice to put into one's life. So, chapter 13. Now we have Archana ji. You can unmute yourself. And Archana ji is a friend of Nutanji. So thank you so much. Looking forward to hearing you recite the 13th chapter.
Thank you. Please excuse any mistakes.
No mistakes, don't worry.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Trayo Dashodhyayaha. Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yogaha. Arjuna Uvacha Prakritam Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetrajnamevacha Etad Veditumichhami Gnanam Neyam Cha Keshava. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Kshetramithyabhidhiyate etadyo veti tam prahuhu kshetrajna iti tadvidaha. Kshetrajnam chapi mam vidhi sarvakshetreshu bharata. Kshetra kshetrajnayor jnanam yat Tadjnanam matam mama. Tatshetram yach yadyakcha yadvikari yatachayat sachayo yat prabhavascha tat samasena me shrunu. Rishibhir bahuda gitam Chando bhirvividhai prathak Brahma Sutra Padaschaiva Hetumadbhir Vinishchitaihi Mahabhutanya Hankaraha Buddhiravyaktamevacha Indriyani Dashaikamcha Panchachendriya gocharaha Ichhadveshaha sukha dukham Sanghatas chetanadritihi Etat kshetram samasena Savikaram udahritam Amanitvam adambhitvam Ahimsa kshantirarjavam Acharyopasanam shaucham Sthiryam atma vinigraha Indriyartheshu vairagyam Anahankara evacha Janma mrityu jara vyadhi दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिरनं भिष्वङ्गः पुत्रदारगृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् अरतिर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वं तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यदतोऽन्यथा ज्ञेयं यत् तत् प्रवक्ष्यामि ज्ञेयं येतत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वामृतं शृण्वते अनादिं मत्परं ब्रह्म न सतन्न सदुच्यते सर्वतः पाणिपादं तत् सर्वतोक्षिशिरोमुखं सर्वतः श्रुतिं लोके सर्वमावृत्य तिष्ठति सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभूतैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च बहिरन्तच्च भूतानाम् अचरं चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात्तदविज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तत् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तिमिव च स्थितं भूतभर्त्र च तज्ज्ञेयं ग्रसिष्णु प्रभाविष्णु च ज्योतिषामपि तज्ज्योति अस्तमस परमुच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेनं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मद्भक्त एतद्विज्ञाय मद्भावयोपपद्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्यानादि उभावपि विकारञ्च गुणश्चैव विधि प्रकृति संभवान् कार्यकरण कर्तृत्वे हेतु प्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुषः सुख दुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते पुरुषः प्रकृतिस्थो हि भक्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गस्य सदसद्यो निज जन्मसु उपदृष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वरः परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परः य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणः सः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिदात्मानमात्मना अन्यसाङ्ख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्ये त्वेवमजन्नान्तः श्रुत्वान्येभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणाः यावत् सञ्जायते किञ्चित् सत्वं स्थारवत् जङ्गमम् क्षेत्रज्ञ संयोगा अत्ताद्विधिः भरतशर्भः सामं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनिश्यन्त यः पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितिमीश्वरम् न हिनस्त्याम मनात्मनं ततो याति परां गतिम् प्रकृतैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तथात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूत पृथक् भाव में एकस्थमनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म संपद्यते तदा अनादित्वान्निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मयामव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं असौक्ष्म्य यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यं यादाकाशं नोलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मानोऽपि लिप्यते यथा प्रकाशत्येकः कृत्स्नं लोकमिमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अनन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूत प्रकृतिं मोक्षं च ये विदुर्यन्ति ते परम्। ओम तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्म विद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे क्षेत्रज्ञ विभाग योगः नाम त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 13 ki jai. Very, very good. Thank you. Fantastic. Amazing. Really enjoyed listening to you. So nice. Well done. That's not an easy chapter, that one.
Lots of tongue twisters.
Tongue twisters, yeah. And the philosophy is deep.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Chitra, Are you with us? Yeah, great.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Chapter 13. Arjun asks about nature, Prakriti, enjoyer, Purush, the field, Kshetra, the knower of the field, Kshetra Gyan, knowledge, Gyan, the object of knowledge. Yeah. Krishna explains that Kshetra is the conditioned soul's field of activity, the body. Within the body resides both the living entity and the Supreme Lord, who are called Kshetrajna, the knowers of the field. Knowledge means understanding the body and its knowers. It involves qualities such as humility, tolerance, nonviolence, self-control, and even-mindedness. Janya, the object of knowledge, is the super soul. Nature is the cause of all material causes and effects. Purush, or enjoyers, are the living entity and the super soul. A person who can see that the individual soul and the super soul remain unchanged through various types of material bodies they successfully inhabit is said to possess the vision of eternity. By understanding the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and by understanding liberation from material bondage, one can reach the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that's it for chapter 13.
Thank you. Nicely explained. And this chapter is the beginning of the 6 chapters, which are in the category of Gyan Yoga. And we can see why, because in this chapter, there's a lot of questions, and there's a lot of Gyan that's passed from Krishna to Arjuna. So chapter 14 is Shreya Bhatt, and she is I think the daughter of the niece of Puna Mataji.
Hello,
Hi, how old are you?
I am 17.
Ah, very good. I'm very impressed. Oh, we can see you.
Yes.
Very good. And have you recited before?
No, I have not.
Oh, good. Even better. Go for it.
So please pardon any mistakes.
No, there won't be. Don't worry. Krishna never looks at the mistakes. He looks at the
Sure.
effort.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity as well.
No, it's absolute pleasure. You should thank Puna Mataji. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Your auntie, right?
Yeah. Yes, my tea. Okay. Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha. Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Gnananam Gnanamuttamam Yajgnatva Munayah Sarve Param Siddhimito Gataha Idam Gnanam Upashritya Mama Sadharmyamagataha Sarge Pinopajayante Pralayena Vyatanti cha Mama Yonirmahat Brahma Tasmin Garbham Dadhamyaham Sambhava Sarvabhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarvayonishu Kaunteya Murtaya Sambhavantiyaha Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Pradah Pita Sattvam Rajastama iti Gunaha Prakriti Sambhava Nibadnanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehi Namahyayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvam सत्त्वात् प्रकाशकामनामयम् सुखसङ्गेन बध्नाति ज्ञानसङ्गेन चानघ रजोरागात्मकं विद्धि तृष्णासङ्गसमुद्भवम् तन्निबध्नाति कौन्तेय कर्मसङ्गेन देहिनम् तमस्त्वज्ञानजं विद्धि मोहनं सर्वदेहिनां प्रमादालस्य निद्राभिस्तन्निबध्नाति भारत सत्वं सुखे सञ्जयति रजकर्मणि भारत ज्ञानमावृत्य तु तमः प्रमादे सञ्जयत्युत रजस्तम् अस्चाभिभूय सत्वं भवति भारत रजः सत्वं तमश्चैव तमः सत्वं रजस्तथा सर्वद्वारेषु देहेऽस्मिन् प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्यात् विवृद्धं सत्वमित्युत लोभप्रवृत्तिरारम्भ कर्मणां शमस्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे भरतर्षभ अप्रकाशो प्रवृत्तिश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तमस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे कुरु नन्दन यदा सत्त्वे प्रवृद्धे तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदोत्तमविदां लोकान् अमलान् प्रतिपद्यते रजसि प्रलयं गत्वा कर्मसङ्गिषु जायते तथा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढयोनिषु जायते कर्मणः सुकृतस्याहुः सात्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजसस्तु फलं दुःखम् अज्ञानं तमसः फलं सत्त्वात् सञ्जायते ज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादो मोहौ तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वास्ता मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसाः जगन्यगुणवृत्तिस्था अधो गच्छन्ति तामसः नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं वदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं विद्धि मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति गुणानेतानतीत्यत्रिन् देहि देहसमुद्भवान् जन्ममृत्युजरा दुःखैर्विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते अर्जुन उवाच कैर्लिङ्गे स्त्रीङ्गुणानेत अनतीतो भवति प्रभो किमाचर कथं चैत्तं स्त्रीङ्गुणानतिवर्तते श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहमेव च पाण्डव न त्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनवदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणा वर्तन्ते इत्येव योऽवतिष्ठति निङ्गते समदुःखसुखस्वस्थः समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चन तुल्यप्रियप्रियो धीरस्तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानापमानयोस्तुल्यस्तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते मां चायो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते सगुणान् समतीत्येतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहं मृतया व्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्य एकान्तिकस्य च ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवाद गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः इति श्रीकृष्ण अर्पणमस्तु.
Okay, well done. That was really smooth. Very well done. And are you in Canada? Where'd she go? She disappeared.
Yes, Prabhuji. She is Falguni's daughter.
So in Canada, right?
Yes, she's in Canada. Yes, Prabhuji.
Very good. She's really good. Really impressive.
Yeah, indeed. I will relay that message to her. That will make her day.
Very good. Okay, so I think Chitra is not with us because in Mauritius they're 4 hours ahead, so it's a little late there. So I can do a quick summary of chapter 14. Very nice chapter because it describes the world we live in and the 3 modes of material nature, which basically permeate everything that we do, we see, we hear, we taste, we touch, we smell. Everything is controlled by these 3 modes of material nature. They effectively control us. Our lifestyles, our attitude, our behaviors, they're all thoughts, yeah, they all fall under these 3 modes. What Krishna does in this chapter, he does 4 things. He explains what these modes are. Mode of goodness, Satogun, mode of passion, Rajogun, mode of ignorance, Tamogun. And he explains how they work, how they compete with each other, how perhaps in the different times of the days, we are under the different modes. Like in the morning, mode of goodness may be prevalent. As we get through the day, we're working, we've got so many things to do, mode of passion comes in. And then at the evening, we may eat something, feel a little lazy, tired. Mode of ignorance comes in. So it's not that just one mode may be prominent. Different modes come into play at different times or different situations, different circumstances. And he also describes the attributes of one who is in the different modes. Mode of goodness is somebody who's peaceful, he's thoughtful, he's does his duty for the sake of doing the duty. He's sinless, no sin. Many attributes are given to the person in the mode of goodness. Mode of passion, he's hankering, he's always wanting, desires to be fulfilled, working hard like a donkey, wants this, wants that, wants everything, never satisfied. And the mode of ignorance is somebody who is just reckless, foolish, danger to themselves and danger to others as well. So the 4th thing Krishna does in this chapter is he explains how to get out of these modes, how to transcend these modes. And this is really important. By taking shelter of the Supreme Lord, one can transcend these 3 modes of material nature, which are very difficult to overcome. All right, chapter 15, looking forward to this one because it's our favorite. Shavi, over to you, Shavi.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atho Panchatashodhyayah. Shri Bhagavanuvacha. ऊर्ध्वमूलं मदः शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययम् छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित्. अधश्चोर्ध्वं प्रसुतास्तस्य च शाखा गुणप्रवृता विषयप्रवालः अधश्च मूलान्यनुसन्ततानि कर्मानुबन्धीनि मनुष्यलोके न रूपमस्येह ततोपलभ्यते नान्तो न चादिर्न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरूढमूलम् असङ्गशास्त्रेण दृढेन चित्वा ततः पदं तत् परिमार्गितव्यम् यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तन्ति भूयः तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यतः प्रवृत्तिः प्रसुता पुराणी निर्माणमोहाजितसङ्गदोषा अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामः द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्तः सुखदुःखसंज्ञैर्गच्छन्त्यमूढा पदमव्ययं तत् न तद्भासयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम ममैवाशो जीवलोके जीवभूतः सनातनः मनः षष्ठानि इन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यद्वाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रामतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात् श्रोत्रं चक्षुः स्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः यतन्तो योगिनश्चैन्यं पश्यन्तात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानो नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः यदादित्यगतं तेजो जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नो तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकम् कामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्य अमोजसा पुष्णामि चौषधिः सर्वाः सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्ता पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मतः स्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृतवेदविदेव चाहम् त्वाविमो पुरुषो लोके क्षरचाक्षरेव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कुटस्थोच्चर उच्यते उत्तमः पुरुषस्त्वन्यः परमात्मेति उदारतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्तव्य ईश्वरः यस्मात् क्षरमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतीतः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेव सम्मूढो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदमुक्तं मया नघ एतत् बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमानः स्यात् कृतकृतयश्च भारत इति श्रीमद्भागवतगीतायां ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगनामक पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु हरे कृष्णा
Krishna, well done, JV. Phenomenal. As always, thank you so much. And I remember during the Purushottam Mass last year or the year before?
Last year.
Last year, yeah. You were there every single evening chanting this chapter, and you're so glorious. Thank you so much. Well done. Really, really good. Very special you are. Let me just take the spotlight off. Okay, so this chapter has 4 themes, really nice summary again of the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna explains this material world, what it's like. It's a perverted reflection of the spiritual world. It's upside down, like the banyan tree, huge tree. If we're looking at it in the reflection of the water, we'll see the roots go up and the branches go downwards. So this is what this world is like. It's upside down compared to the spiritual world. Krishna also gives a glimpse into the spiritual world. He says that it's not lit by the sun or the moon. It's got its own self-effulgence. Krishna also describes how he maintains us at every single level. From the food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, he provides everything for us. So this mood of gratitude is very important. Thank you, my dear Lord, for everything you do for us, everything you provide for us. Very important. And then he also describes the different types of living entities. He describes himself as Purushottam. So this Purush means person, and Uttam means highest. So he describes himself. He's very humble, but sometimes when he's reciting the Bhagavad Gita, he describes his position. Purushottam, he's the highest. He's the supreme Lord. And then he describes the living entities. There's 2 types. One who is eternally living in the spiritual world, infallible, and the other is fallible, like us. We live in this material world. We struggle in this world. And then he describes the process how, again, to get out of this world and to reach the spiritual destination. Very nice chapter to read and understand. All right. Chapter 16 now. I've forgotten who's doing this one. Sorry, just... Oh, Yogini. Yes. Are you there, Yogini?
Yes, Hare Krishna Prabhuji and Mataji.
Hare,
And a devotee, Hare Krishna devotee.
Hare Krishna.
And you read the Sanskrit, don't you?
Yes, Mataji.
So I'll make sure you're able to see that. Okay.
If I do any mistake, please forgive me. And Guruji and Mataji blessing and Lord Krishna's mercy, I have got the chance to read this. Thank you. Can I start, Prabhuji?
Yes, please.
You can.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Shodasho Adhyayah. Devasura Samvidvaga Yogaha. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Abhayam Sattvam Sutti Gnana Yoga Vyavastitya Danam Damascha Yagnashcha Swadhyayasta Arjavam. Sorry, second. Ahimsa Satyama Krodhastyaga Santira Paishunam Daya Bhuteshvo Luptvam Mardam Hiram Chapalam Tejaha Kshamadruti Shaucham Rodrohau Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Devi Bija Tasya Bharata Dambo Darpo Bimanashva Krodha Parashya Mevacha Agnanam cha bijatasya partha sampadamasurim Devi sampadi mokshaya nibandhaya surimata Masucha sampadam devi mama bijatoshi pandava Bhuta sargo lokesmina devi asura evacha deva vistarashaha prokta asuram partha me shruni pravrutti cha nivrutti विमुक्ति च जानान विदुरासुरा न शौचौ नापि चाचरो न सत्यम तेषु विद्वते असत्यम प्रतिष्ठिम ते जगदाहुरनीश्वरम् अपरस्पर सम्भूतं किमन्यत्याकमहेतुकम् एतां दृष्टिमवष्टाभ्य नष्टात्मनो दलबुद्धय प्रभवन्त्युग्रकर्माणः क्षयाय जगतो हिताः कामामाश्रित्य दुष्परं दम्भमानदादिवन्ताः मोहितरहित्वा सदग्राः न प्रवर्तेन सुचित्रताः चिन्तामपरिमेयाम च प्रलयानन्तमप्रसिता कामपमो भोगपरामा एताविदितनिश्चिताः आशापाशासक्तैव भर्त्वा कामक्रोधपरायणाः इहन्ते कामभोगार्थे मानान्येनार्थ सज्जज्ञान इदं मया लब्धमिम प्राप्यसे मनोरथम् इति मस्तिदपमि मे भविष्यन्ति पुनर्धनम् असौ मया हन्त शस्त्रुनिश्ये चापरानपि ईश्वरोऽहं भोगी Prabhuji, please can you go down please? Prabhuji, go down please, thank you. ईश्वरोऽहं भोगी सिद्ध्योऽहं बलवान् सुखी आढ्योऽपि जनवानस्मि कोदन्योऽस्ति सुदस्यो मया यक्ष्ये दास्यामि मेदस्य इति ज्ञानविमोहिता अनेकचित्त विभ्रान्ता मोहजालसमावृताः प्रसक्तकामभोगेषु पतन्ति नरकेषु चैव आत्मसम्भविताः सप्तधनमादिनविन्ताः यजन्ते नामग्नैस्तैः दम्भेन विधिपूर्वकम् अहंकारं बलं दर्पं कामक्रोधं च संश्रिता मामत्परदेहेषु प्रसिद्धनो वयस्यकाः तानहं देशतु क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान क्षिप्यं जश्रम शुभानि सुरेषु योनेषु आसुरीयोनिपन्ना मूढा जन्मनि मामप्रव्यय्य कौन्तेय तन्तो यात्यधमां गति त्रिविधि नरकस्येन्दं द्वारं नाशनमात्मनं कामः क्रोधस्ता लोभस्ता स्रोतदैवत्रं तयज्यते एति विमुक्तः कौन्ते तामोध्वरस्तिमभिनरः आचरत्यात्मनः श्रेयस्तोपायाति परां गति यः शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्यते वर्तते कामकारता न सिद्धति मवाञ्छनोति न सुखं न परां गति तस्माच्चास्त्रं प्रणाम ते कार्यव्यवस्थितौ ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रे विधानोक्तं कर्म कुर्वन्तीमिहार्हसि इति तत्सतम् इति मद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषदो ब्रह्मविद्याय योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे देवासुरसमाद्विभागयोगे नाम षोडशोऽध्यायः। श्रीपरमात्मने नमः। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। हरे कृष्ण।
Thank you, Yogini. Very good. Very nicely read. And you read the Sanskrit, which is even better. Thank you. Okay, very quick summary. We're just actually waiting for Hartika, and the 18th chapter. Nutanji, I know Pallavi is going to do half of it. The Pujari hasn't come yet, so if you don't want to do the second half, yeah, somebody else.
Hari Om, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
Is the gentleman not there?
Yeah, he hasn't come yet. I've asked him, but he hasn't replied yet. So if you don't want, if it's difficult for you, we can get somebody else to do.
I've not practiced it at all because you said I wasn't going to do it. So
Yes.
Can I try, Prabhuji?
Yogini.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Why not, Yogini? If the Pujari comes, then he'll do it, but otherwise you
Yeah.
do.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Second half.
Thank you.
I'll tell you when to start. Huh? So anyway, the 16th chapter is mainly, it's got three themes. Krishna describes the divine qualities first of I think 26 qualities of a divine person, something like that. And he tells Arjun, don't worry, you have divine qualities, because he also describes the demoniac qualities, lust, anger, greed, like that, 6 of them. And he then also describes the weaknesses that we have in this world, those who have this demoniac mentality, because they tend to systematically expose attributes and behaviors that actually destroy one's spirituality. So we have to be very careful. This lust, anger, greed are gateways to hell. So we have to be very, very careful to try to avoid these terrible attributes, terrible qualities. And again, Krishna explains how to escape, how to get out of this to the supreme destination. So he describes it several times in the Gita, very nicely. So, Hertika, you're here. Fantastic. You can unmute yourself. And you are reciting the 17th chapter. Have you practiced it, Hertika? Oh, yes.
I went through it. I didn't really practice it a lot, but I just went through it.
How old are you, Hertika?
I'm 10 years old.
Oh, very, very good. Yes, do your best, okay?
Okay. Arjuna uvaka ye sastra vidhim utsrijya yajante sradyanvita tesam nistatu Krishna sattvam aho rajastama. Shri Bhagavan uvaka trividha bhavati shraddha tehinam svabhava jas satviki rajasi chava tamasi keti tam shrinu. Satvanurupa sarvasya shraddha bhavati bharata shraddha mayo yam purusa yo yach shraddha sa evasa. Yajante satvika devan yaksa raksamsi rajsa pretan bhuta ganam sane yajante tamas jana. असस्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपो जना दम्भहङ्कर संयुक्त कमरग बलान्वित कर्षयन्त शरीरस्थं भूतग्रमम् अचेतास मम चैवन्त शरीरस्थं तन्विद्यसुरन् निशयन् अहरस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रिय यज्ञ तपस्तत धनं तेषां भेदम् इमं शृणु अयुत्सत्त्व बलरोग्य सुखप्रीतिविवर्धन रस्य स्निग्ध स्थिरहृदय अहरा सात्विक प्रिय कट्वम्ल लवणत्य उष्ण तीक्ष्ण रुक्ष विधाहीनः अहर राजसास्येस्त दुःख शोकमय प्रध यात यमं गतरसं पुतिपर्युषितं कयत् उच्छिष्टम् अपि च मेद्यं भोजनं तमस प्रियम् अपलङ्कं शिभिर्यन्यो विधिदिष्टो य युज्यते यस्तव्यम् एवेति मनः समद्य सतीविख अभिसन्ध्य तु फलं दम्भरतम् अपि चैव यत्तिज्यते भारत श्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं विधिराजसं विधिहीनम् अश्रस्तनं मन्त्रहीनम् अदक्षिणं श्रद्धा विरहितं यज्ञं तमसं परीक्षते देवद्विज गुरुप्रज्ञ पूजनं सौचं अर्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यम् अहिंसा शरीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं स यत् स्वध्ययभाषणं सैव वन्मयं तप उच्यते मनप्रसद सौम्यतवं मौनम् आत्मविनिग्रह भव संसुधिर इति एतत् तपो मनसम् उच्यते श्रद्धया भरयतप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरे Afalankasibiryukte satviktam pariksyate. Satkaram manpujartam tapodambhena chayvayat kriyate tad iha proktam rajasam kalam adhruvam. Mudha grahenatmu yat pidayi krityate tapa parasyotsadanartam vatat tattamasam udhartam. Datavyam iti yaddanam diyate nupakrine dese kale cha patre cha taddanam satvikam samartam. Yattu pratyupakaratam phalam udisya vapunha diyate cha pariklistam taddamam rajasam samartam. Adesa kale yaddanam apatrabe yascha diyate asatkritam avajnatam tattamasam udaratam. Om tat saditi nirdesha brahmanastrividha samartha brahmanastena vedacha yagyascha vihita pura. Tasmatom iti udharate yajna dana tapakriya pravartante vidhanukta satamam brahma vadinam. Taditi anabhisandhya phalam yajna tapakriya dana kriya cha vividha kriyante moksha kanksibhi. Sadbhave sadhubhave cha sad iti etat prayuchyate prasaste karmani tata sachabadda parthyujate yanya tapassidane cha stiti sad iti kokyate karma chaiva tadartitam sediti eva bhedyate. Asradya hutam datam tapastatam kritam chayat saditi ukyate partana cha tat pretya no iha.
Well done, Hitika. Not easy chapter. And for a 10-year-old, you made a great effort. So I'm so happy that you came forward and you said, yes, I would like to do this. I'm really pleased with you. So keep up practicing Bhagavad-Gita. And there's a very nice meter as well, when you chant the verses. So get an idea of that rhythm, and it'll be a little easier for you to chant these verses as well. But you did fabulous, really good. Congratulations. Very pleased with you. So well done. And try to read a chapter every day, huh?
Well done.
Very good, very good.
Thank you.
So we can do a quick summary of chapter 17. And here there are actually 5 themes. Krishna describes the 3 modes of material nature and how they apply in different circumstances. Following the scriptures, for example, that person who's in mode of goodness, he'll follow the scriptures and do his duty according to the scriptures. In the mode of passion, the person will follow scriptures for name and fame. Hey, look, I am reciting the Bhagavad-Gita. I must be very advanced soul. He wants glorification. And the one in the mode of ignorance will basically ignore the scriptures. Food that we eat also are described within the 3 modes of material nature. Foods which are juicy and fatty. Of course, we talk about good cholesterol, which are tasty and sweet as well, are in the mode of goodness. Foods which are fiery and spicy, too spicy, mode of passion. And ignorance is foods which are just untouchable food, meat, fish, eggs, basically. And then austerities, he talks about different austerities, different types of charities. Charity in the mode of goodness is where one gives out of duty to the right person at the right place, at the right time. Charity in the mode of passion, you give in order to get recognition. I'm giving you, so you should recognize my gift to you and honor me. And charity in the mode of ignorance, you give to the wrong person at the wrong time, at the wrong place. And that's destructive charity. So for an example would be if you gave some money to perhaps a person who likes drinking a lot, and that person goes and buys some more drink, you're helping that person go further in his ignorance. So that's why that charity is in the mode of ignorance. It's not helpful to you, it's not helpful to him, and it's not helpful to anybody who comes across him. It's destructive. And also the Lord explains at the end, the significance of Om Tat Sat. Om is such an important word. Krishna actually describes Om a few times in the Bhagavad-Gita. And sometimes people make a mistake of thinking Om is referring to the impersonal aspect of God, but it's not. It's actually referring to, Om has 3 letters. A refers to Krishna, U and M. M refers to Radha, and U is the soul. So us. So this is the significance. Radha, Krishna, and when we serve them, we can also be with them. Very powerful. Okay, so we're in the final chapter. Amazing. And it's been really amazingly fast. And very, very interesting, I have to say. Okay, so Pallavi ji.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Hare Krishna, Mataji.
Thank you. So I think, how many verses would you like to do?
I'll do 40 verses,
Fantastic.
and then Yogini ji could take over.
Yeah, the Pujari messaged me. He's actually still doing puja. He's been invited to somebody's home and they haven't finished. So he's still there. And I said to him, don't finish, carry on, because that's very important. So it's good. Yogini will get the opportunity to.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for the opportunity too.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. Good.
Okay. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Paramatmane परमात्मने नमः। अष्टदोषोऽध्यायः। अर्जुन उवाच संन्यास्य महाबाहो तत्त्वमिच्छामि वेदितम् त्यागस्य च ऋषिकेश पृथक् केशिनुसूदन। श्रीभगवानुवाच काम्यानां कर्मणां नास्यं सन्न्यासं कवयो विदुः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं प्राहुस्त्याग्यं विचक्षण त्याज्यं दोषवत्तिति एक कर्म प्राहुर्मनीषिणः यज्ञदानतपः कर्म नात्यज्यमिति चापरे निश्चयं शृणु मे तत्र त्यागे भरतसातमा त्यागो हि पुरुषव्याघ्र त्रिविध सम्प्रकृतितः यज्ञदानतपः कर्म नात्याज्यं कार्यमेव तत् यज्ञदानतपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणाम् एतानि तु कर्माणि. Sorry, if you could slide it. Thank you. एतानि अपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्ता पहानि च कर्तव्यान्निति मे प्रार्थ निश्चिन्तं मात उत्तमं निति तस्य तु संन्यास कर्मणो न पापयते मोहतस्य परित्यागस्तमसा परिकीर्तितः दुःखमिति एव यत्कर्म कायक्लेशभयत्यजेत् सकृत्वा रजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागं फलं लभते कार्यमिति एव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन संगं त्यक्ता फलं चैव सत्याग सात्विको मतः न द्वेष्टि अकुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्यते त्यागी सत्त्वा समश्विष्टो मेधावी चिन संयशः नाहि देहाभृता साख्यं त्यक्तं कर्मणि एष सतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी सत्यागीति अभिधीयते अनिष्ठामिष्टमिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्मण फलं भावति अत्यगिनं प्रेत्य न तु संन्यासिनं क्वचित् पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो करणानि निबोधो मे सांख्ये कृतन्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणः अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता कारणं च पृथक्विधं विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवत्र पञ्चमं सर्त्रान्मनोभिर्य कर्म प्रराभते नरः न्यायं विपरीतं च पञ्चैतस्य हेतवः त्रैवैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मनं केवलं तु यः पश्याति अक्रबुद्धित्वान् न स पश्यान्ति दुर्मतिः यस्य नारहङ्कृतो भव बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि सैमल्लोकन् न हन्ति न निबन्धते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना कारणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्म संग्रहः ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिदैवा गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसाङ्ख्याने यथा वाक्शृणुतानि अपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भवम् अव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विधि सात्विकं पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावं पृथग्विधान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विधि राजसम्.
Mother Pachka Srihari.
Palviji, you
Oh,
muted.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Where shall I start from? Text 22. Yeah. Yattu Kristavadekasim karye saktam ahaitukam atatvarthavadalpam cha tattamasam udarattam nityam sangarahitam argadveshata kritam अपहला प्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते यत्तु कामे क्षुना कर्म सहंकरेण वपुना क्रियते बाहुल्यायसं तद्रजसमुद्रितम् अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसम् अनपेक्ष्या च पौरुषं मोहद् आरभ्यते कर्म यत्तमसमुच्यते मुक्ता संगो नहं वादी धृते उत्साह समविता सिद्धये असिद्धो निर्विकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागी कर्म फल प्रेप्सुर लब्धो हिमसत्माक सुचि हर्ष शोक वितकर्ता रजसा परिकृतितः अयुक्ता प्राक्तः स्तब्धः साथो नैष्कृतको लसः विषादि दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तमस उच्यते बुद्धिर्भेदं धृतश्चैव गुणश्चात्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्य मामससेन पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जयः प्रवृत्तं च निवृत्तं च कार्यकार्ये भयाभये बन्धनं मोक्षं च यवेति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्मामधर्म च कार्यमेव च अयथवत् प्रश्नाति बुद्धि सा पार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्मामिति मन्यते तम सर्वर्तन् विपरीतंश्च बुद्धिः स पार्थ तमसि धृत्यायाय धार्यते मन प्राणेन्द्रिया क्रिया योगेन वयाभिर्चारिण्या धृतिः सप्रथा सात्विका ययतु धर्म कामार्थान् धृतया धार्यतेऽर्जुन प्रसंगेन फलकांक्षी धृतिः स पार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मादमेव च न विमुञ्चति दुर्मेधा धृतिः सा पार्थ तामसी सुखं त्रैविधं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरत सभा अभ्यसाद्रमते यत्र दुःखन्त्रं च निगच्छति यत् तत् अग्रे विषमेव परिणामे मृत्योपमं तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मा बुद्धिप्रसादजम् विषयेन्द्रिय संयागद यत्तदग्रे मृतोपमं परिणामे विषमेव तत्सुखं राजसं स्मृतम् यद् अग्रे च नुबन्धे च सुखं मोहम् आत्मनः निन्द्रलास्य प्रमोदातं तत्तमसमुद्धरतम् न तद् अस्ति पृथ्व्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्राक्तिर्चैर्मुक्तं यद्देवी स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणः।
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. No.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji and Mataji and everyone. Brahmana Kshatriya Visham Sutranam Cha Paratama Karmani Pravibhaktani Swabhava Prabhuvai Guni Samodamastapaha Saucham Kshatri Rajarvameva Cha Gnanam Vijnanamaste Namastekyam Brahma Karma Swabhavajam Shaurya Tejo Dhruti Drashyam Yutte Chapalayanam Danamishwaram Bhavashva Kshatram Karma Swabhavajam Krushi Gaura Rakshana Vanityam Vaishya Karma Swabhavajam Paricharattvakam Karma Sutra Shyapi Swabhavajam Swastre Karmani Bhiratah Samasittam Labhate Nara Swakarma Nirantaha Shittam Yatha Vivanditi Tanchupuha Yata Pravrutti Bhurtanam Yena Sarvamidam Tatam Sakarmana Tamabhyacharya Sittim Yutintamanava Shreyanam Sarvadharmo Vigunaha Parmadharma Tasva Nishittata Swabhava Nityam Karma Karvana Prokti Kalimba Yasham Sahajam Karma Kaunteya Sadoshamapi Nayatyachyate Sarvamambahi Doshena Dhumena Gririva Vrutaha Asatkrut buddhi sarvatra jitatma jigataspuraha Naishkakarmaya sittima parma sanyasina diggachati Sittim prapnoti yatha brahmana yatho atatha prapnoti nishodhame Samasauneva kaunteya nishtha gnanasya para Buddhiya visuddhaya yukto युक्तो धृतात्माननियम्य च सप्तदीनवशया सत्यवक्ता रागद्वेषो वयुधस्य च विवेकत्तसेवी लब्ध्वा शीयत वाक्कया मानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं प्राश्चित अहंकारं बलं दर्पौ काम क्रोध परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्मः शान्तो ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतः प्रसन्नात्मा न शोचित न काक्षति क्षमा सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्रात्तिकं लभते पराम् भक्त्या भामाभिमा जानाति यावानश्वसित ततो भाम तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विराते तदनन्तरम् सर्वकर्माणि सदा कर्वाणो मद्यप्याय प्राश्चयः मतस्प्रसादादवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमत्यम् चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सनस्य मत्पर बुद्धियोगमपाप्नोश्चित्य मच्चित्तः सतं भव मच्चित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत प्रसादाति रसस्यसि अथ चेतमहंकारं न शोष्यसि विनक्ष्यसि यदमहंकारं श्रित्य न योत्तेष्य इति मनस्ये मिथ्यैषेद्यवशायन्ते यशते प्रकृतिसित्वा नियोत्सृति स्वभावे कौन्तेय निबद्धः सर्वेण कर्मणा कौन्तेय नेष्यति यनोन्मोहात्कारस्य वशोऽपि ततः ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृदयोऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्राम्यन् सर्वभूतानि यत्र रूढानि मया त्वमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावते भारत तत्प्रसादात् तत्परां शान्ति स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति श्रीज्ञानमाख्यातं गृहतरं मया विमुप्रसत्य तदर्शेण यथेच्छसि तथा कुरु सर्वगृहतं भूयः शृणु मे परं च यशोषि मे दृढमिति ततो वक्ष्यामि हितम् मन्मनां भव मद्रक्तो मद्याजीमा नमस्कुरु भामे वैश्यसि स्वयं ते प्रतिज्ञाने प्रियोषि मे सर्वधर्म परित्याज्य मोमेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वा सर्वपापोभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः इदं तेन तपस्कराय नाम भक्ताय कदाचन न च शास्त्रुष्वे वाच्यं न च माम योनि भयश्रुति य इदं परं गृहं भतते दास्यति भक्तिं मया परं कृत्वा मामे वैश्यतस्य न च तस्मानेषु कस्मिने प्रियकृतं भविदान न च मे तस्मादनयः प्रियतरो भुवि अध्यस्ते च इमधर्मे सर्वोदभाव्ययो ज्ञानज्ञेन तनोमिष्टा स्यायमिति मे मति श्रद्धावान् शृणुपादयो नर सापि मुक्तः सुर्मलाकान् न पुण्यकर्माणं कश्चिते चन्तुं पार्थ त्वयि क्रोगणश्चेतसा कश्चिदज्ञानसामहो प्रशस्तस्ते धनञ्जय नष्टो मोहस्मृतिलब्धा तत्प्रसादाम्यच्युत स्थितिशोऽस्मि गतसन्धे करिष्ये वचनं तव. Sorry. इत्ययं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मना संवादमिमश्रौ स मदभूतं रोहर्षणं ध्याय प्रसादच्छन्तवाने तद गृहं परं योगे योगेश्वरात् कृष्णतः साक्षात् कथा यत स्वयं राजनं संवृत्यं संवादमिदभूतं केशवार्जुनयोः पुण्यं यस्याभि च मुहुर्यः तस्य संस्मृतस्य रूपस्य मत्तस्य भूतं हरेः विस्मयो मे महान् च स्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्य योगेश्वर कृष्णो यत्य पार्थो धनुर्धर तत्र सोऽविर्जयो ते भूर्तित्वा नीतिमर्तित्वमाय. ओम तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता उपनिषदसु ब्रह्मविद्या योगशास्त्रे कृष्ण श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन उवाच संवादे श्रीमोक्षसंन्यासयोग अष्टदशोऽध्याय श्री परमात्मने नमः. शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभांगं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगविद्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णु भयभयहरणं सर्वलोकैकनाथम्. ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Yogini. That was a nice ending as well. Of nice mantra that you just spoke.
Sorry, I don't need practice.
That's okay. Very quick summary of chapter 18. This is like the conclusion. It's called the perfection of renunciation. And Krishna, after he has systematically outlined all the different spiritual truths, he offers his final points, his conclusion. So what does he say? One should take up Bhakti Yoga, the most essential spiritual practice. And it's pretty much outlined in almost every chapter of this divine conversation, apart from chapter 1, of course, where it's only Arjuna speaking. Thus, Krishna gives this opportunity of giving us this permanent happiness, which we are all looking for. Nobody's looking for unhappiness, but it comes. We're all looking for eternal happiness and fulfillment as well. And that can be achieved by becoming God conscious. And he describes the perfection of renunciation, how one can work in the service of the Lord and be renounced at the same time. And in such consciousness, we can smile even in the face of all different difficult situations and circumstances. And we can be confident that Krishna, the beautiful smiling face of Krishna, is our constant companion and eternal friend. So the themes in this chapter, he describes how to work in renunciation. He describes the 5 causes of activity, just in case Arjuna is thinking that he's the one doing everything. There are 5 causes and only one of them is us. And our contribution is very limited. We can simply desire. He also describes the 3 kinds of knowledge in accordance with the 3 modes of material nature, 3 kinds of action, 3 kinds of happiness. And happiness is a really interesting one. He says those who are in the mode of goodness, their happiness goes like this. In the beginning of their practice, it's like poison, but it turns into happiness. Just like when we are chanting japa, when we're chanting mantras, in the beginning, it's very difficult to get into it, to get the taste of it. But after a while, after you keep on, practicing and continuing, understanding what it's all about, brings about great happiness. So poison in the beginning, happiness in the end. Happiness, which is in the mode of passion, it's wonderful in the beginning, happy, but it turns into poison. So that is an example. Is if you like gulab jamuns, you eat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After the 5th one, you think, no, this is a bit too much. 6th, 7th, you'll be thinking, no way, no more. That happiness turns into poison. And in the mode of ignorance, happiness is poison in the beginning and poison at the end. There's no happiness at all. And then he also describes the Varnashram system. Brahman, 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 Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. And also he describes sannyas, vanaprastha, grahastha, and brahmachari. The ashram is varnashram is very important. And then he gives a final message. And it starts with Sarva Dharma Parityaga. Give up everything, surrender unto me, I will protect you. But he goes beyond that. He goes beyond that. He says to Arjuna that person who gives this knowledge to others is very dear to him. That person who gives this knowledge to others, and in the verse after that, he says, there's nobody more dear to me than that person. Now, I know some of the devotees in this forum who regularly, and I'm speaking about Nutanji, I know every year she takes a whole lot of Bhagavad-Gitas and gives to others. Really fantastic. That is sharing happiness with others, real happiness. So I wanted to make a proposal. If anybody would like to get some Gitas, sponsor some Gitas, and then give them to your friends. Christmas is coming. We are happy to facilitate that. I'm just going to share the bank details. You can donate. If it's a small Bhagavad-Gita, £5 for one copy, and we're happy to deliver it to you. We're happy to distribute it on your behalf as well. We go to schools. This autumn, we went to 76 schools. We give the Bhagavad-Gitas to the teachers who, some of them have actually read the Bhagavad-Gita and they've understood Vedic Dharma because Bhagavad-Gita is so powerful. So we will do that next year. We can go, when we go to the schools, we'll distribute the Bhagavad-Gitas to school teachers and libraries. Yeah, and put them in the libraries. Libraries usually have them already, but the school teachers don't have them. The school libraries have them already. The school teachers don't necessarily have their own copies, especially the religious teachers. So we give them the copies. So if anybody would like to donate, I've put the bank details. Just send us a message as well. How many Gitas you would like, and we will do the necessary. So all I can say is thank everybody for your glorious time. I know many of you have been here right from the beginning, and I'm really, really impressed. I didn't expect so many devotees to join, and I'd like to be thankful to you and show you my gratitude and wish you all success in understanding and living the Bhagavad-Gita. If anybody has any questions or any comments, you're welcome to ask. This is an open forum in that sense. We're happy to, I didn't expect us to finish within 5 hours. The English took, I think, 6 hours, so I'm quite surprised. I'm really impressed by the standard of the recitation of the Bhagavad-Gita verses. Really, really good, every one of you. So, yes, Vishal.
Yeah, just only one statement. So far in my life, it has never happened that I have listened all 18 adhyayas at one time. Never. And this is just happened because of you. I'm really very thankful to you. Actually, you have arranged all this. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Fantastic. And your recitation was brilliant as well. So, no, well done. Well done to you.
Nabi Prabhu, my Coventry two friends, Manju Ben and Pramodi Ben, they come on yoga. They'll join at about 15th chapter, but I think they always enjoy your classes.
Fantastic. Yes, and I see,
Yeah,
is it Manjula Parekh? Parekh.
Yeah, Parekh.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much.
Modini Ben Shah.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes. Very good.
So pleased that they stayed, and Arun, obviously.
Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Mataji. I really enjoyed it today. I've listened from chapter 1 today. And when
Wow.
chapter 12 come, I was reciting myself as well.
Brilliant.
Very good. All the devotees ne Bhagwan NS and more chance to take part in Gita Parayan. Thank you, Prabhuji, Mataji, all the devotees. It was lovely day today.
And your blessings are very important. Please shower your blessings so that we can continue.
No, you have to bless us. The Lord Krishna's blessing, Mataji, you.
I'm a fool.
Yeah, they all recited really nicely. All of
They
them.
did.
It was really good effort. Really, really nice. We enjoyed it. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhuji. I am Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji and Mataji. Thank you
Hare
for
Krishna,
today.
Mataji.
I enjoyed
Pramod,
the
thank you.
few verses that I was listening to, and I really was shocked to hear that 8-year-old reciting. 8-year-old was
Riansh.
11-year-old. I was
8.
really shocked. These days, you don't find any children saying ga ga ga. And this was absolutely a surprise. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. And Kanchan Ben as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you,
Thank you.
Prabhuji. Thank you,
Prabhuji,
Mataji.
Mataji.
Snoopan.
Thank you,
Prabhuji.
Prabhuji.
Really enjoyed it. Thank
Jai Shri
you.
Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare
Thank you for
Krishna.
giving us the opportunity to chant.
Archana and Pallavi ji, they did very well. Very nice.
Thank you.
First time.
Prabhuji, they've not done it before. I
Oh,
put them on the
wow.
spot
Never
when I
chanted
spoke
a
to
whole
them.
chapter continuously like that. No, absolutely not. So thank you for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
You sound like experts.
No, not at all. But it was good reading from Sanskrit. That was a first time attempt. So
Yeah, well done. Brilliant. Next year, we'll have to organize it better, much better. So, and I look forward to doing much more with Nitanji and your group. Huh?
Thank you, Prabhuji and Mataji. Hare Krishna, devotee.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
It's nice. Maja aayi.
Yeah.
Listen to everything. So I had to just sit down first time, like.
Wow.
Yeah, after a long time after my marriage. So yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very good.
Thank you for giving me opportunity with your blessings.
No, you bless us, please.
No. Without Guruji blessing, we can't reach the Krishna anyway. So thank you for today. And Hare Krishna, Mataji as well. Bye.
Take care. Okay, we can close. Thank you,
Prabhuji.
Vishal.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Purna here.
Oh, Purna Mataji. Yes, your whole family was there. It was amazing.
Amazing. Thank you so very much, Prabhuji. It's all thanks to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're very fortunate.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Mataji.
Hare Krishna,
It's so
Mataji.
special, Prabhuji, for us. It was the first time, we got a forum where my mom got to see, speak the grandchildren. I mean, of course, she knows, and we have sent the videos, and obviously we'll share. But what I mean is, we have a common platform where children are sharing the platform with her. So I'm so very pleased. I'm sure this has made her day as well. So. Thank you so very much, and it's truly global today. Our recitation was truly global. From all corners of the world, I would say.
Yeah, it was amazing. No, thank you so much, and especially your mother coming from Somnath. That's incredible.
Yeah. So after the chanting, recitation, I called her, and she's like, the temple, the Krishna temple, which is special there. It is called the Bhalka Tirth temple. And she calls it as Bhalkeshwar temple. So for her, it is Bhalkeshwar. So she's like, I always remember him, So that was the first place where she had taken the sort of, decided that she's going to learn the whole Bhagavad-Gita by heart. So she had taken the oath in front of Bhalkeshwar, so she says, I always remember him. And for me, he today, anytime I dedicate to him. So yeah. So I think she remembered Bhalkeshwar, and in that way, we are all also remembered. So we are fortunate to be enrolled in her prayers, I would say.
Yeah, ask her to pray for us every day. She's very powerful.
She does for everyone. Yes.
Very powerful lady. So Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Thank you so much. Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
so very much.
All right, we can end now. Thank you. Thank you, Vishal. Really good.
Well done, Nabi. Haribol.
Hare Krishna, Madhusudhan Prabhu. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Wonderful. Guru Maharaj will be very proud because you always wanted us to recite the Bhagavad-Gita and learn the slokas. And so I sat through it today myself as well. Thank you. Haribol. Wonderful. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Prabhupada ki jai, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you so much. Hi, Sitaram. You still there, huh? Wow. Very late. Well done. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare
Thank you.
Krishna, Mr.
Very
Sal.
nice. Very nice program.
Hare
Enjoy.
Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.